Chapter 61. In Somehow, I Became the Head of the Underworld. Alan from I just breathed and became the king of the underworld, held onto his dizzy thoughts and pondered. Did I really give that order, when on Earth? While Duke Altia stood with her head bowed, Alan, deep in thought, finally let out a soft exclamation. Ah! Start by cleaning up the underworld. He realized, recalling that he had indeed said something along those lines after giving it some thought. Wait, isn't it normal to take that statement as meaning we just get rid of a few unnecessary thugs? Not this level of cleanup. But what truly shocked him was not that Duke Altia misunderstood his words, but that they actually cleared out the entire underworld of the Asteria kingdom. Is this even possible? Of course, Alan knew that Duke Altia and Count Zenonia would become major figures in the shadows of Asteria in the future. But still, for them to completely dominate Asteria's underworld like this was practically impossible. In the game, the underworld of Asteria was recognized as one of the largest dark forces, alongside the kingdom of Ashtalon in the United Kingdoms. Most of the underground organizations active in the United Kingdoms were rooted in these two areas. In other words, Asteria's underworld had countless organizations. For them to have taken control would mean they must have wiped out all those organizations, which seemed unimaginable. Did they really wipe them all out? With a heart full of doubts, Alan asked cautiously. Yes, came her response, her head nodding with such strong conviction that Alan momentarily fell silent before managing to speak again. You must have gone through a lot. No, it was thanks to you, Count, for taking care of both the royalists and the nobles. The royalists and the nobles. Yes, since you detained the heads of both factions, the cleanup went much more smoothly. Alan wanted to say, wasn't it you guys who handled that, not me? But that thought only lasted a moment. So, as you ordered, we have conquered the underworld. What should we do next? Duke Altia's words left Alan speechless. In truth, he had no plan whatsoever. The only reason Alan suggested cleaning up the underworld in the first place was that it seemed the most plausible and something that would take a long time. I never imagined it would be finished this quickly. As Alan pondered what to say next to Duke Altia, the Duke spoke again. Perhaps next the Queen. The Queen. Yes, now that our forces have grown, it's time to move. After hearing that, Alan gave his next order. For now, let's maintain the current state. With that command, the communication device was deactivated, and he quietly thought. At this point, it would indeed make sense for the Queen to start moving. Although Asteria was a kingdom where the nobles essentially controlled everything, it was still a monarchy with a queen at the helm. Asteria's eighth monarch, Cretinia Cian. She was the eighth queen of Asteria, and despite the chaos caused by the nobles running rampant, she had held onto significant power without directly managing the kingdom's affairs or participating in political games. The reason was none other than the unique ability possessed by the royal bloodline of Asteria, and more precisely, by Cretinia Cian herself, the golden eye of history, Kol Gumsuen, Inus. Well, despite the name Golden Eye, it wasn't actually a power related to vision. The Golden Eye of History that Alan knew was simply named after the royal family's naturally striking golden eyes, but the inherited power itself was quite simple. It allowed the wielder to pass on their strength across generations. Like transferring game data, this special power could be handed down to the next generation, and while its explanation was simple, it was an incredibly potent ability. The more generations the power passed through, the stronger it became, granting the royal family enough strength to maintain the monarchy without needing to engage in political schemes. Additionally, nobles naturally became more cautious and avoided crossing the line. As far as I know, Cretinia Cian simply doesn't act because she finds it too bothersome, Alan thought, recalling the indifferent, almost emotionless expression she wore in the game's illustrations. Considering how much has happened, there could be some resistance, but based on her personality, she might just let it slide. He recalled the way she behaved in the game, where she mostly only intervened when one of the 5 great sins descended on Asteria. During those times, she briefly joined the players' party and displayed tremendous power. But aside from those rare moments, she showed little interest in the affairs of her kingdom. Her indifference was so extreme that players even had a running joke, treating her more like a guardian dragon than a monarch. With that in mind, Alon decided to relax. However, the next day, SSSHHH. While continuing his magical research and pondering over a question he hadn't been able to answer, who was the being that whispered to him during the battle against the outer god? He was eating a sweet potato when Evan interrupted him. "Count, are you eating sweet potatoes again? Do you want one? If there's any left, actually no, you've received an important letter." Evan handed him the letter, lightly brushing the snow from his head. It was sealed with the royal family's crest. "This is." It seems that 1 month from now, at the start of the new year, the royal palace will be holding its first ball in 5 years. And there's more. Yes, the messenger who delivered the letter said the queen personally requested that Count Palacio attend. Hearing this, Alon let out a soft sigh. Ah. And exactly 1 month later, after receiving the royal family's letter and fully recovering from his 5-month-long battle with mana addiction, Alon found himself once again contemplating how to make up for his lack of mana reserves. "Count." "Yes." He boarded the carriage, heading to the royal palace to attend the ball. "I'll stop by the royal family, visit the desert labyrinth, and then return." It was a long journey ahead, his first trip in quite a while. In a dark cave near Caliban, 3 figures stood. One was a man wrapped head to toe in bandages, covered with strange markings. The second was a woman with a grotesque circuit tattoo covering half her face. And the last was a man carrying 2 comma on his back. "Salgui, is everything ready for the spirit summoning?" The man asked, looking at the 2. "What's there to prepare? It's just the 3 of us. If we're going, it's already done," replied the woman, Jurion, casually shrugging her shoulders with confidence. "I'm the same. Do we really need to prepare?" The man called Salgui also responded in a relaxed tone. "Just prepare in case." "Oh wow, I didn't know you could be this cautious, boss. For someone who's killed several royals and more than 2 sword masters, aren't you being a bit too scared?" Jurion snickered. "Well, I did hear that Deus Macallion is somewhat special. It seems he defeated Reinhardt." "So what? The 3 of us together could handle Reinhardt easily." The man sighed lightly as he listened to their conversation. If anyone else had made such a remark, he might have laughed at them. But knowing the history of these 2, he didn't think they were being arrogant. Everyone present had taken down at least 1 master knight on their own, making them formidable in their own right. Nevertheless, he warned them against underestimating their enemy. "Don't be too complacent. Defeating Reinhardt means he's stronger than that." His words made Salgui and Jurion pause, wiping away the playful smirks they had worn just moments before. "Well, if you say so. Let's finish this as quickly as possible. Since it's not a frontal assault but an ambush, we can probably deal with him without even needing to fight." As Jurion and Salgui discussed their plans seriously, the man quietly infiltrated the central district of Kurdum, the capital of Caliban, where Deus was located. It wasn't long before the 3 agents made their way into Deus Macallion's mansion. And then, "Who are you?" Upon entering the mansion, they immediately saw Deus Macallion standing against the backdrop of the blue moon. All 3 agents frowned in unison, as none of them had sensed his presence. The fact that they hadn't noticed him meant that they could have been ambushed at any moment. Yet, instead of attacking, Deus had calmly appeared before them. This suggested that, as a master knight, he had already gauged their strength and was confident enough to face them head-on. Do you really think it's wise to reveal yourself so easily? That might have been your last chance to live, Juryong asked, frowning slightly. An assassin, Deus asked indifferently. And if I am? I see. Juryong smiled fiercely as tension filled the air, but Deus remained unbothered. In that case, I'll just kill you, he declared flatly, swinging his sword with a calm, expressionless face. Exactly 5 minutes later. Damn it! The three agents stood frozen, staring at Deus in shock. Despite expecting to take down a single master knight without much trouble, the battle had gone entirely differently. Even though it was 3 against 1, they had only managed to fight Deus to a draw. In fact, they were starting to be pushed back little by little. What kind of monster is he? The man looked at Deus in disbelief. Based on what he knew, Deus Macallion had become a master knight only 2 or 3 years ago, and his rank wasn't particularly high. When rumors spread recently that he had defeated Reinhardt, the man assumed luck had played a part. But now, in this moment, he realized how foolish that assumption had been. I propose we negotiate, the man offered. Negotiate? Yes, our original target wasn't you, but Count Palacio. Of course, they were well aware that Deus had a strong relationship with Count Palacio. However, given the current situation, the man decided to reveal this fact. No matter how much of a monster he is, if the 3 of us fight him to the death, even he must realize he would have to gamble with his life. The man subtly examined Deus's body. Although there were no major injuries, he could see small cuts scattered across him, indicating that Deus was not entirely unscathed and couldn't afford to remain complacent. No matter how loyal someone is, if their own life is at stake, they'll change their tune. If you give us the information we want about Count Palacio, we'll withdraw immediately. We won't come after you again, but if you refuse. The man added in a voice as low as a whisper, our comrades will come after you, day or night. It was a blatant threat, but the man said nothing more. He knew there was no need to explain further to someone who could perceive strength as clearly as Deus could. And then it happened. The man stared ahead in confusion. The scene before him hadn't changed much, yet one thing was different. Beneath the blue moonlight, he suddenly saw thin, violet threads glowing brightly, now visible in his line of sight. These threads, like a spider's web, had enveloped the entire mansion, or more precisely, filled his entire field of vision. They were coiled around not only him but also around Salgui and Juryong. At that moment, What is this? Everyone there began to move. Salgui gripped his axe, Juryong clutched the comma in her right hand, and the man raised the sword in his left hand, each one pointing their weapons toward their own necks. This is damned. Stop. Azig. The intruders, all with horrified expressions, desperately struggled to move their bodies, trying to resist the uncontrollable force. But it was too late. Ensnared by the violet threads, they moved like puppets, controlled by an unseen puppeteer as their weapons were slowly pressed against their own throats, regardless of their will. No, please, no. Please, see. Their terror-filled screams echoed briefly, until... Squelch. In the end, they each severed their own lives with their own hands. Red blood trickled down the violet threads. And the last thing the man saw, as he too drove his sword into his neck, marking the end of his life, was, "Don't ever say such things in my presence again." A pair of eerie, glowing violet eyes. Chapter 62. On the 5th day since departing for the royal capital, with about 2 days remaining until they reached Tyria, the capital of Asteria, Alan was inside the carriage, reviewing a list. It might be best to take care of the others if possible. The list he was looking at was one he'd created over the past few days, detailing the villains from Psychedelia. They weren't small-time criminals. These were the types that would cause real trouble if they started acting out. Thanks to Duke Altia and Count Zenonia conquering the underworld, a few of them have disappeared. Unfortunately, what Alan needed to be wary of in Psychedelia wasn't so much the main underworld organizations, but the shadowy factions rooted within that world. They wouldn't show up at first, but once the player began acting, they'd suddenly appear and start causing chaos. These hidden organizations were strong, and there were several that posed a significant threat to his safety. But it was unrealistic to deal with all of them just because they might be dangerous, so Alan decided to eliminate only the two most threatening groups: the Proxy and the Ghost Castle. In Alan's experience playing, the Proxy and Ghost Castle weren't particularly concerning when viewed from the player's perspective in Psychedelia. The Proxy, a small but elite group, was strong, but they only appeared if you followed a specific route. As for Ghost Castle, it was similar. If you didn't pursue the side quests in the Kingdom of Ashtalon, you wouldn't encounter them. However, the reason Alan considered these two groups to be the top priorities for elimination was that he was no longer a player but a noble of Asteria, and these organizations were plotting to overthrow the nation in the future. Of course, Alan had never seen their plans succeed. By the time those groups were diligently preparing their schemes, the 5 great sins would appear, obliterating the kingdom, making any plan to overthrow it irrelevant. But now, in this world, where the 5 great sins had already been eradicated, who knew what could happen? Moreover, the Proxy and Ghost Castle were known to assassinate many nobles in pursuit of their goals, so Alan believed these two absolutely had to be dealt with. If you include the Empire, there's also the Bone Eater. Alan glanced eastward, toward the Empire, then shrugged. The allied kingdoms and the Empire were far apart, and most of the events happening in the Empire would be handled by the protagonist of that region. They said the in-game timeline is the same, so once the original story begins, the protagonist over in the Empire will start moving as well. While recalling faint memories from the past, Alan thought to himself unconsciously. The protagonist over there was their name Palion. The protagonist of the Empire. To be precise, at the time when the original story of Psychedelia begins, a separate game by the same developers, Calypsophobia, would be progressing in the Empire. In simple terms, Psychedelia covers the events in the Allied Kingdoms, while Calypsophobia focuses on the happenings in the vast neighboring empire. Having thought this far, Alan stopped pondering any further. He had only played the early part of Calypsophobia before quitting, so he didn't have much information. Besides, Alan didn't need to concern himself with the Empire. After all, the Empire and the Allied Kingdoms were strictly separated, and the only things they shared were a few items. All the events in the Empire would be dealt with by Palion, the protagonist of Calypsophobia, and their party. Therefore, the Proxy and Ghost Castle, how should I deal with these two? Alan sat in the carriage for a while, continuing to mull over the problem. The next day arrived and, Count, you can see Tyria in the distance. We're almost there. Did we arrive a day early? Yes, thankfully we made it with some time to spare. At Evan's words, Alan glanced out the window at the scenery of Tyria. Although he had seen it before, Tyria's landscape was still as grand as ever. High, sturdy walls befitting the image of a nation's capital. As he gazed at it absent-mindedly, Alan clicked his tongue. If he had come to simply tour the capital, his heart would have felt rich and expansive, but unfortunately, that wasn't the case. I hope nothing major happens. As Alan gradually entered the inner part of Tyria, he unknowingly wished that while watching the passing street scenes. Of course, he wasn't really expecting things to go smoothly. After all, the fact that the Queen had specifically summoned Alan meant that there was something special he needed from him, and it was highly likely that it was related to Kalfa. Will things flow as I want them to? In fact, Alan had thought of a rather decent plan on his way to the capital this time. If the Queen mentions expanding my power here, I could pretend to be swayed a bit, reduce Kalfa's influence slightly, and then keep pulling strings, maintaining a balance of power between the factions. It was merely a fantasy of his, without any advice from others or consideration of the current situation, but it was still one of the better ideas he could come up with at the moment. In the first place, no matter what, it wasn't a situation where he could openly oppose the Queen, so if things went that way, there was a high chance that Alan's moderate involvement in factional maneuvering could prove useful. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh as he saw the royal palace drawing closer. Late at night. Despite it being a night where the moon hung high in the sky, Raiden had not yet gone to bed and was waiting in his office. The reason was that tonight was the regular meeting of the Blue Moon. Although the meeting was still 20 minutes away, most of the members of the Blue Moon, except for Deus, had already gathered. It wasn't because something special had happened. It was just that all members of the Blue Moon were always required to gather 30 minutes before a meeting. In fact, the fact that Deus hadn't yet shown up with only 20 minutes left until the meeting was a bit unusual, but something even more peculiar was happening. We're getting married. I told you last time no. We're getting married. I said no. Unlike the usual silent meetings, Yusha and Xiaoreng had been arguing for over 10 minutes before the meeting even started. Why not? You don't have the right to stop me. Still, the answer is no. This is unfair. Xiaoreng was adamantly insisting on getting married, while Yusha was desperately trying to stop her. Raiden, watching this, thought to himself, if she's that determined, wouldn't it be better to just secretly get married and report it afterward? But then again, that might be tough. Considering Yusha's personality and her unique fanaticism, no one could predict how she would react afterward, so Raiden remained silent. Time passed quietly as they continued to argue. Ryan, Yusha is being so unfair. With about 5 minutes remaining until the meeting, Xiaoreng, looking extremely upset, sought help. Raiden turned his gaze toward Ryan, but she appeared deep in thought, as if she hadn't even heard Xiaoreng's plea. Seeing this, Raiden shrugged his shoulders. He hadn't expected Ryan to respond to Xiaoreng's complaint anyway. However, don't take it too personally, Xiaoreng. Yusha has been assisting the Great Moon for much longer than any of us. Raiden's face showed surprise at Ryan's unexpected words. He knew well that during the previous meeting, she hadn't intervened in their argument, deeming it unworthy of her involvement. Tilda. See, just listen quietly. To be honest, Raiden didn't fully grasp how Yusha's long service to the Great Moon related to the current situation. Nevertheless, seeing Ryan show such a surprisingly fresh attitude, he relaxed a bit. Oh, now that I think of it, Yusha, I have a suggestion. What is it? Perhaps feeling good about Ryan taking her side, Yusha gave a pleasant smile. And Ryan proposed an idea. I was thinking of sending my own report soon. What do you think? Is that necessary? I've already summarized everything from your team and sent it. I know, but I wanted to report something regarding Eye of the Tracker. If it's about that, you could just tell me. Yusha maintained her smile, however. Wouldn't it be better if I delivered it directly rather than going through you. As Ryan continued, Yusha's previously bright smile began to fade. I've always handled the reports well so far, haven't I? But this is about Eye of the Tracker. I'd like to speak personally on that matter, as well as give my own report. Both Raiden and Xiaoring were shocked when they saw Ryan smile slightly as she spoke. Despite spending over 8 years together since childhood, neither of them had ever seen Ryan smile before. They were stunned for a moment. Yes, yes. Excuse me, I just thought of something amusing. As Ryan suddenly smiled even wider, baring her fangs, everyone was left dumbfounded. Could there be some sort of hypnotic artifact from the Great Moon at work? Seeing how drastically Ryan had changed, Raiden couldn't help but think that. It was understandable. Since meeting the Great Moon, both Xiaoring and Ryan had undergone significant changes, much like Deus had before them. Their reverence for the Great Moon had become almost as fervent as Yusha's, leading Raiden to seriously consider whether the Great Moon possessed some kind of hypnotic artifact. Just as everyone was still reeling from Ryan's unusual grin. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Deus entered, right on time for the Blue Moon's regular meeting. He briefly looked confused by the sight of the other members, who all had blank expressions on their faces, but quickly gathered his thoughts. I apologize, but I need to urgently share something before the meeting begins. As he spoke, the rest of the members, snapping out of their daze, turned their full attention to him. It seems that an organization called the Proxy is targeting the Great Moon. At his words, What? What did you say? Excuse me, what? Everyone's eyes lit up with intensity, each reacting strongly to the revelation. Chapter 63. The fifth layer of the Labyrinth City. A place with green meadows and ancient ruins. However, even after half a year had passed, the traces of the battle that took place that day still remained. And there it appeared. Flutter, with its black cape billowing and ominous black ornaments hanging from its waist and hands, the hooded figure began walking through the fifth layer. It walked the place where mercenaries fought an outer god half a year ago. It walked the spot where Alan once stood. And finally, standing where Alan had finished off the outer god, it tilted its head side to side, as if finding something very curious, or perhaps something it couldn't quite understand. How much time had passed? A moment ago, it had stood still, staring at the ground without the slightest movement. Then, with a smile that spread across its face, it opened its mouth, as if finding something truly amusing. I never expected to make it this far. A small murmur. In a voice so ambiguous, it was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman. It murmured to itself while glancing around. Then it casually waved its right hand. View 'em. The black ornament emitted a resonant hum, and after confirming this, the figure turned its body. Interesting, I wonder how much further this will go. It's getting fun. With an innocent laugh, like a child who had just found a fascinating toy. If you manage to survive the next time, things will really get interesting. It began walking towards one side of the fifth layer. And as it walked toward the land with no exit, it suddenly vanished. Though it might seem like an obvious story, Raiden was completely loyal to the Great Moon. Without it, he wouldn't have gained the great power he had now, nor would he have been able to avenge his family. In short, Raiden's loyalty was clearly and firmly directed toward the Great Moon. However, the reason why his loyalty seemed a bit tarnished was because kill them all right now. That sounds like a good idea. I agree. Same here. Compared to Raiden's loyalty, the loyalty shown by the other members of the Blue Moon was overwhelmingly stronger. So where are these so-called agents? From what I've heard, they seem to be spread across the United Kingdoms. There are about 15 in total. I've taken out 3, so there are 12 left. You didn't kill them without knowing their locations, right? Of course not. While I haven't pinpointed them all, I've confirmed the location of the leader and a few others. Good. Hurry up and tell me. I'm going to kill them right now. Sounds good. Xiao Rang's sinister, golden eyes gleamed as he spoke, and Rhine, who had been smirking just a moment ago, returned to her cold, expressionless face, muttering eerily. After this meeting, I plan to kill one of them. It seems there's an agent near Caliban. Even Deus, whose eyes flashed ominously, seemed ready to rush out with his sword as soon as the meeting ended, making Raiden sense the madness in the room. No, I think we should come up with a plan first. Raiden quietly assessed the situation. Even in this very moment, the conversations around him continued casually, talking about tearing and killing the agents without a second thought, a discourse he was still not entirely accustomed to. Among the original members, only Yusha had been like that, while most of the others had acted much more rationally. There's a huge difference, and honestly, I didn't expect even Rhine to turn out this way. Looking at the drastically changed members, including Rhine, Raiden finally spoke. I think we should calmly share information and come up with a plan first. A cautious but extremely reasonable suggestion. However, are you serious? Raiden, what if while we're busy making plans, those guys manage to harm the Great Moon? Exactly. I agree. Despite it being the most rational statement, Raiden took a moment to catch his breath as Yusha, Xiaoreng, and Rhine, following Deus' lead, all expressed their disagreement. Everyone calm down, you're all too excited. Shouldn't we first share the information we have about the agents? We need to figure out how much power they have. Another rational statement. However, Raiden. What is it? Raiden, are you a traitor? Yes. At Xiaoreng's ridiculous suspicion, her golden eyes gleaming, Raiden felt dizzy. Wait, hold on. How did we suddenly get to me being a traitor? But Raiden, you've been objecting to killing the agents since earlier, haven't you? It's not an objection. I'm just saying we should assess the situation first. Raiden stopped speaking as he saw the disgruntled stares being directed at him. Realizing instinctively that no matter what he said now, it wouldn't make any difference, he waved the white flag. I'll prepare right away. The 4 members nodded in satisfaction, resuming their conversation. Watching them, Raiden, who had been thinking about how relatively normal the organization was 2 years ago, except for Yusha, recalled the Great Moon and concluded. There must definitely be a mind control artifact involved. About 30 minutes later. As we talk about this, I'm suddenly reminded of the image the Great Moon showed us. Deus' sudden outburst of worship interrupted the conversation about the agents. Everyone move now. We'll have a proper meeting once this is all taken care of. At Yusha's words, the blue moon began to move. The next day, after resting in the mansion owned by Duke Altia, Alan set off for the royal palace in the evening when the banquet was set to begin in earnest. Upon arriving at the palace, Alan said, "I'll be back soon," bidding farewell to Evan as he moved forward. "And I'll be waiting." Evan, bowing slightly, straightened up and watched. As his master walked into the banquet hall of the royal palace, a large group of nobles followed behind him. Watching the scene of all these nobles, who essentially controlled Asteria, following behind Alan, Evan once again felt the weight of Alan's position. Well, the Count's fame is already immense, plus, he's the leader of Kalfa. Although Alan himself seemed indifferent to his fame, the difference was stark for Evan, who was witnessing his master's growing influence in real time. In contrast to the old days, When Alan was shunned or feared at banquets, now he was the leader of most of the nobles. And that wasn't all. Given the reputation he'd built, it was clear that Alan would be openly checked by the queen. Yet, so many nobles still stood behind him. In other words, the nobles following Alan believed that he had a chance, even against the current queen of Asteria. Well, based on the rumors, it's no wonder they think that. As Evan evaluated the situation, Alan, leading the nobles, realized something strange. Wait, something feels off. He noticed that things seemed to be going a little differently than he had expected. This looks like I'm heading straight into a confrontation, doesn't it? He glanced back subtly. Behind him, a large number of nobles, all his supporters, were following him. No, this isn't the image I had in mind. His plan had been to get a reasonable scolding during the audience with the queen before the banquet, and make a plausible excuse for maintaining Kalfa. But now, with this many people storming in, it didn't seem like it would end with just a scolding. But there was nothing he could do now, so he continued on and entered the banquet hall. Oh! The moment he stepped inside, he couldn't help but admire it. The banquet hall, fitting its reputation, was larger and more beautiful than any hall Alan had ever been to. Standing there dazed, staring at the ceiling, Alan soon felt the eyes of the nobles in the hall on him. From what Alan could tell, the nobles' gazes fell into two categories. One was admiration and respect. The other was blatant ridicule. And naturally, the latter group far outnumbered the former. He had a rough idea why the nobles in the hall were wearing such expressions. They probably think I've been growing my power recklessly, only to get smacked down by the queen. Realizing that the nobles sneering at him mostly belonged to either the aristocratic faction or the royalist faction, Alan let out a small sigh before continuing on his way to meet the queen. At the far end of the grand ballroom, he could see her. Cretinia Cian, the 8th monarch of Asteria. As he walked closer from afar, Alan noticed how stunningly beautiful Queen Cretinia Cian was. Her golden eyes, a symbol of the royal bloodline of Asteria, sparkled brilliantly as they reflected the light from the terrace, even though her expression remained emotionless. Her beauty was so striking that it could cause any noble to risk a momentary glance, committing an act of irreverence. However, Alan's focus was on the hope that what was about to happen would unfold in his favor, so her appearance was not his priority. And then, "Loyal servant of Asteria, I stand before your majesty," Alan said, bowing deeply in a formal greeting as he reached Cretinia Cian. The queen, who had been silent up until then, spoke. "Raise your head." Her face remained emotionless. At her command, Alan naturally lifted his head. "Are you the Count of Palatio?" "Yes." At the sound of the queen's voice, the nobles who had been smirking at Alan all broke into smiles. This moment was a crucial spectacle for the nobles of both the royalist and aristocratic factions, who had been eagerly anticipating the downfall of Kalfa, which had been a thorn in their side. As a result, they all wore malicious smiles while watching the Count of Palatio. But their smug expressions vanished in an instant, and they were left with blank, dumbfounded faces. The reason? "Very well, Count of Palatio, I shall bestow upon you the title of Marquis." When Queen Cretinia Cian spoke these words, Alan couldn't help but respond in a daze. "What?" He unconsciously let out a bewildered sound. Chapter 64. The nobles' faces were filled with confusion. The nobles who followed behind Alan also wore bewildered expressions. The nobles who had anticipated the growth of Kalfa to be obstructed by the king were also shocked and astonished. However, they were not the only ones showing such expressions. Alan, who had just heard such words from Cretinia Cian, was also puzzled by the situation unfolding before him. A marquis. For a noble, a title carried immense significance. It was similar to a social ranking, and a marquisate would grant Alan far more power than his current countship. From the landholdings to the number of private soldiers he could raise, it would affect many aspects of his life. There would also be no awkwardness in leading a faction within noble society. Although Alan, as a count, had already become the leader of Kalfa, it was an anomaly. According to the rules of noble society, it was impossible for a mere count to occupy such a high position. It could be considered an unusual structure. But if Cretinius Cian were to raise his title to marquis, such an unusual structure in Kalfa would immediately be resolved. In other words, Cretinius Cian was not restraining Kalfa, but rather helping them. What is this? Alan couldn't help but look up at her with a blank expression, but Cian casually rested her chin on her hand and spoke. I've heard the stories, that you have eradicated all the pests devouring Asteria. This is your reward. Her calm voice echoed through the air. While her words made sense, the doubt still remained. After all, there was no reason for her to reward him based on such logic. It feels like she's just using this as an excuse to promote me to marquis. Alan glanced at the queen. Was she confident that she could crush Kalfa whenever she wanted, even if they grew larger? A reasonable assumption flashed in his mind. Even though he stared directly at her face, trying to read her thoughts, there was nothing but a cold, emotionless expression on her face. At that moment, why do you dislike it? Alan snapped back to his senses when he heard Cian's voice. No, Your Majesty. He bowed his head as he responded. In response, Cian, who had never once shown a smile until now, stood up from the throne with a faint grin. Step, step. With light steps, she walked up to Alan. Then, as she bent down, locking eyes with Alan who had looked up at her, she pressed the side of his right lip with her index finger and pulled it to the side. Alan's expression was now strange, with one corner of his mouth raised due to her finger. It was a strange sight to anyone, but she simply smiled and said, Smile, you look much better that way. After saying that, she withdrew the finger that had been pressing Alan's cheek. Looking very satisfied, she gazed at the bewildered Alan with her characteristic golden eyes glinting. The queen, who had been watching with an amused expression, finally spoke. I shall take my leave now, so enjoy the banquet, all of you. As soon as those words were spoken, as if she no longer had any business at the ball, she turned around. Creak bang. The massive door opened and closed, and silence filled the ballroom. Alan, who was blankly staring at the spot where she had exited, thought to himself, what just happened? He was left even more confused. After the queen had left, the ballroom, which had been engulfed in silence, slowly began to regain its liveliness. However, the atmosphere had shifted completely. The difference now was that the nobles who had been smiling just moments before were now the complete opposite. The nobles of the royalist and aristocratic factions, who had been expecting Kalfa to be effectively checked today, wore expressions as if the world had ended. In contrast, the nobles who had followed Alan into the ballroom were all beaming, congratulating themselves for choosing the right side. And the man who had essentially become the star of the ballroom, Alan, found himself surrounded. Congratulations, Count. Oh no, not Count anymore, soon to be Marquis. Oh right, my mistake, Tilda. Whether or not Alan responded, the nobles around him continued to flatter him eagerly. Indeed, Count Palacio, no, Marquis Palacio is truly remarkable. Exactly, when did he manage to win over the Queen? Receiving the admiring, albeit mistaken and burdensome, gazes from Duke Altia and Count Zenonia, Alan thought to himself, When did that happen? I don't even know. With a bewildered expression, Alon turned his gaze to the door through which Cian had left. What is going on? He began to recall everything he knew about the eighth monarch of Asteria, Cretinia Cian. No matter how many times he thought about it, Cretinia Cian wasn't someone who would act like that. She wasn't particularly interested in governing, but she was someone who would cut down anyone she deemed a threat to her royal authority without hesitation. And what was with that smile? Alon thought back to the smile she had shown earlier. From what he knew, there wasn't a single illustration or story from Psychedelia where Cian was depicted smiling. Her character was typically cold and indifferent. Something's not right. As Alon began to realize that something was amiss, tilting his head in confusion. In one corner of the ballroom, Marquis Filbade, who had been surrounded by other nobles, was staring at him. Count Palacio. Marquis Filbade gritted his teeth unconsciously. Half a year ago, he had been forced to kneel before Alon, and though he wasn't treated as severely as Duke Limgrave, he had been summoned to the Holy Kingdom and imprisoned in a strange cell for about a month, enduring something close to torture. As a result, he had been eagerly anticipating today's events. He had been sure that Alon would pay the price for foolishly expanding his faction. But contrary to his expectations, the Queen had instead granted him a marquisate, as if acknowledging his faction. How is this possible? Gritting his teeth as he watched Alon, Marquis Filbade let out a deep sigh. At this point, there was nothing he could do now that events had unfolded this way. But that didn't mean he would sit idly by after already suffering a form of retaliation. If it's come to this, I'll have to meet them. With a resolute expression, Marquis Filbade turned around and started walking somewhere. 5 days later. As Alon, after having tasted every snack at the week-long ball, was beginning to think about leaving for the colony, Marquis Filbade had already left on the first day and was heading toward Pakassan, one of the territories of the Kingdom of Ashtalon, close to the Kingdom of Asteria. Normally, he would have been cautious about being seen, but now he didn't care. Ever since he had been dragged to the Holy Kingdom, he had lost most of his political power and was no longer the leader of any faction. In other words, he had become a toothless tiger, and no nobles cared about him anymore. Thus, he was able to reach his destination without worrying about anyone's gaze. And, upon arriving in Pakassan, he headed straight for the entrance to the underground slums near the territory. Phew! Letting out a sigh, he looked at the ominous underground entrance in front of him. Then, tightening his lips, he took a step toward the entrance. Marquis Filbade had learned that the agent, a person who would kill anyone, noble or royal, for the right price, was located here. With that in mind, he descended into the underground. Tusk. He frowned at the sight of the gambling den filled with noisy people and thick smoke, but continued walking. The person he was looking for would be deeper inside. As he made his way further into the den, he whispered the passphrase to a man blocking his way, then opened a firmly closed door without hesitation. And then, inside the room, Marquis Filbade saw a young girl. No, to be more precise, a girl with radiant blonde hair and an innocent expression. And next to her, lying face down on the floor, was a headless corpse, its body horribly mangled. Marquis Filbade grimaced slightly at the sight, but he didn't flinch or run away. He had already been informed about the grotesque nature of the agent before coming here. I heard that the agent is a vicious beastman who enjoys toying with corpses, but this is more revolting than I expected. Quickly relaxing his frown, Marquis Filbade reminded himself that he needed to hire this agent. Who are you? The voice of the agent broke his thoughts. It was filled with pure curiosity and innocence, which brought the Marquis back to his senses, and he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of surprise. Even though there was a corpse right there, the agent's appearance was very different from what the Marquis had imagined. But only for a moment, as he soon opened his mouth to speak. "I'm here to make a request." "A request?" "Yes, I'm here to request the assassination of Count Palacio." Recalling the recommendation that the agent disliked long conversations, Marquis Filbert got straight to the point. And then, a chill ran down his spine. "Have you?" Marquis Filbert realized, without a doubt, that the being before him was indeed the agent. As soon as he mentioned his request, the agent's once innocent smile twisted into something more sinister. "So?" Her lips curled as if amused. "You're here to request the assassination of Count Palacio." Her eyes turned chillingly cold. So cold, in fact, that it made the Marquis hold his breath in terror as he faced her piercing golden eyes. The intensity of her gaze made his legs tremble, and he swallowed dryly without realizing it. "That's right." As soon as he affirmed, the blonde-haired beastman, now lightly swaying her hair, nodded several times. "Ah, I see, so that's what you want, but what should we do?" What do you mean?" "The person who could take your request is already right here." She shrugged lightly. Confused by her words, Marquis Filbert followed her gloved finger downward and saw that it was pointing to the headless corpse on the floor. Lo! Only then did he realize that something had gone terribly wrong. And he let out a soft gasp. Chapter 65. Marquis Filbert momentarily felt as though he couldn't breathe, overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from the beastman before him. But only for a moment. He quickly reached into his cloak, pulled out an artifact, and turned his body. However, thud. In the next instant, Marquis Filbert realized his body had collapsed, and he wore a bewildered expression. As soon as he sensed the strange feeling coming from below, he lowered his gaze. Marquis Filbert could see it clearly. His legs were grotesquely twisted. Ayig. As soon as he confirmed the sight, an excruciating pain struck him, and he screamed in agony. "What's going on here?" The mercenaries who had been outside the gambling hall rushed in as the door swung open. Zap! As the beastman released a surge of electricity and disappeared in an instant. The mercenaries, who had been charging into the gambling hall just moments ago, had already been reduced to mere lumps of flesh. And then, this is so annoying. I was trying to handle this quietly, but it's become such a hassle. The beastman, who had slaughtered all the nearby mercenaries in an instant, wiped the red blood splattered on her golden hair with a disgruntled expression as she looked at Marquis Filbert. Even though dozens of lives had been snuffed out in the blink of an eye, the beastman, as if it were a daily occurrence, wore an innocent expression. Marquis Filbert felt an instinctual fear rising within him and began to beg, his voice trembling. Please spare me." The beastman, who had been silently watching him, let out a hum and spoke. "Do you want to live?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Marquis Filbert desperately clung to that lifeline. Please, I am a Marquis of the Kingdom of Asteria. If you spare me here, I promise you a substantial reward." A desperate struggle for survival. However, the beastman simply squatted in front of him with a curious expression and stared at his face before asking, "Then why did you say that?" What? If you wanted to live, why did you say that?" Marquis Filbert, his face full of confusion, couldn't understand at all. "Why did you tell me to kill my master, symbol 331? At those words he realized it. Who this golden-eyed beastman's master was. Could it be Count Palacio? "Yeah, master. No, actually my husband. We're about to get married soon." The beastman nodded with a smile, leaving Marquis Filboid dumbfounded. From his perspective, none of this made sense. That a beastman who had just brutally killed an agent stronger than a master knight was standing before him. That this beastman had a connection to Count Palacio. He couldn't comprehend the depth of Count Palacio's abyss. He could only deduce one thing from hearing about the relationship between the beastman and Count Palacio. Baba Yaga. The beastman standing before him was none other than one of Colony's Baba Yaga, the Golden Lightning. Oh, how did you guess? At the beastman's reaction, Marquis Filboid's mouth dropped open. Why was a Baba Yaga, who was supposed to be in Colony, here? It was incomprehensible to him. However, without a care, the beastman casually said, "What do you mean, why? It's only natural." She answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I couldn't just let those who try to harm my master go unpunished, could I?" The beastman's golden eyes were shining brilliantly. But they were filled with a deep, intense murderous intent like never before, and he could sense what was coming next. Thud. After the sound of something bursting, there were no further thoughts from the Marquis. And then, "This will never do, no it won't." The beastman, who had blown off the Marquis's head, wore an eerily cold expression and said, "No one, absolutely no one, can touch my master." With that, the beastman disappeared. The royal ball, which had been ongoing for a week, had come to an end. Crytenia Cian had not shown herself after the third day, and Count Palacio had yet to receive the formal ceremony of succession from the Queen, but was now being called the Marquis of Palacio in all but name. What could Cian's true intentions be? For about a week, Alon had managed to endure the bombardment of what's next, from Count Zenonia and Duke Altia buying himself time. He had tried to think about the reason behind her granting him a title, but he still couldn't grasp her intentions. In truth, he would have liked to ask her directly, but that wasn't possible from the beginning. So, even though he was pleased to have been elevated to the rank of Marquis, there was still a nagging sense of unease. Regardless, he had to leave the capital and start reviewing his upcoming plans. There's quite a lot to do. First, I need to visit the ruins again to meet that, and I also have to go to Raxus to activate the ring. I've already drafted the strategy, so I'll need to lay the groundwork for the agents too. Oh, maybe I should visit the Colosseum while I'm at Colony. He recalled that achieving a certain number of victories in the Colosseum event in Colony would grant him an audience with the Queen and the chance to acquire one of the relics stored in the royal treasure. With this thought in mind, Alon began to calmly organize his thoughts. A moment later, he set his priorities. Let's start by laying the groundwork for the agents. Although it was slightly more urgent to meet that at the Forgotten Ruins, it so happened that the place where he would spread the groundwork was on the way to Colony, so he decided on the order. A few days passed, and he soon reached the small territory of Atla, situated on the border between the plains and the desert, moving eastward. And then, Count, or rather, should I call you Marquis now? That's the 10th time you've said that. Call me whatever you prefer. Then I'll stick with Count for now. But Count, are we in the right place? In response to Evan's question, Alon glanced around. The surrounding landscape was quite curious. On one side, there was a forest, but on the other side was a desert that stretched endlessly into the horizon. As he quietly observed the contrasting scenery, Alon stood up. Yes. Are we going to a labyrinth like the one we visited last time? As he got out of the carriage, Alon replied to Evan's question. No, there's somewhere I need to visit briefly. Wait here. Shouldn't I come with you? No. He then began to walk into the forest. How far had he walked? There it is. The entrance to a cave, hidden by vines, appeared within the forest. It seemed like a natural cave, untouched by human hands. However, Alan knew that the cave before him was no mere natural formation, so he felt a little tense. And rightly so, because inside this cave lay the leader of the agents, whom he needed to deal with. The one infamous in early psychedelia for being known as the Spine Cutter, a boss so notorious that it made players curse even after playing for some time, Alchemy. Moreover, according to the lore, he was strong enough to face off against at least 5 agents at the level of Master Knights. Given his strength, comparable to bosses encountered midway through the game, Alan let out a small sigh and then he resolved himself. Let's just stick to the plan. With that thought in mind, he cleared his throat and spoke up. By the first covenant, fulfill one promise. A moment later, nothing happened. What's going on? With a bewildered expression, Alan spoke once more to summon the leader of the agents hiding inside the cave. By the first covenant, fulfill one promise. But there was still no response. That's strange. After several attempts, Alan, confused by the absence of the expected response, finally began to walk toward the inside of the cave. As he ventured deeper into the dark cave, before long, a massive mansion built inside the cave appeared in view. The mansion was enormous, comparable even to the Count Palacio estate where Alan resided. It was both stately and large enough to fill the vast cavern, a testament to the dignity of the agent leader who resided there. Although Alan had visited several times to kill the leader and steal his relics, seeing it in person, as opposed to through the game's illustrations, was a completely different experience. That feeling didn't last long. Soon he noticed something odd. It's all destroyed. At first, it wasn't obvious from a distance, but the closer he got, the more he realized that the mansion, which should have been intact, was completely wrecked. When he finally entered the mansion, Alan stood bewildered as he looked at the half-destroyed mansion of Alchemy, the leader of the agents. Alchemy had lived for 300 years, and during that time, he had killed countless people. He had beheaded more than 12 swordmasters. He had exterminated an entire kingdom, including its king and royal family. He had also killed the Purple Tower Master, the owner of the Mage Tower. In addition to that, he had single-handedly massacred thousands of knights. 150 years ago, he waged a one-man war against a territory and erased it from the annals of history. His strength was undeniable, recognized by all. He was so powerful that every agent with skills surpassing Master Knights feared and revered him. That's why he felt annoyed. He didn't know by what means, but a presumptuous girl had come to kill him. Annoyed by the appearance of this bothersome gnat, he, who had been hiding for the greater cause, thought to toy with her briefly before killing her. Surely that was how it would be. It should have been that way. Cough. Alchemy coughed and spat blood, staring at the being before him with trembling eyes. Standing in front of him was a young girl. Clad in a black ceremonial robe embroidered with red, she held in one hand a staff that emitted a chillingly eerie red glow. At first, her appearance posed no threat. But even so, Alchemy was filled with unmistakable fear as he gazed at her. It wasn't just fear. It was terror, despair, and futility. All these emotions swirled together and ensnared him. Because of her. Because of her. Because of her. Because of the thing behind her. What is that? Due to the dozens of tendrils emerging from the black space behind her. He realized that his perception was caught in an endless loop. Even though he became aware of it, his thoughts couldn't process. The same thoughts kept spinning in his mind. Terror, despair, futility, fear. The horrifying mixture of emotions constantly drove Alchemy into a pit of hellish agony. And then, why is this happening to me? Amidst this terrible fear, Alchemy, his eyes bloodshot, barely managed to utter those words. The girl who had been staring at him, no, Yusha, spoke. Because you tried to harm him. With chilling red eyes, she pronounced his sentence to the man who had coughed up blood countless times. At that moment, the black tendrils seized Alchemy and began dragging him into the black rift. It all happened in an instant. Desperately, Alchemy tried to resist, forcing himself to stand and swing his sword. But even the sword that had killed swordmasters was utterly powerless in front of the young girl. And knew Tilda. Crunchy. And with a horrifying sound, he disappeared without leaving even a corpse behind. 1 week. That was the time it took for the organization known as Agents, which had operated in the shadows for 50 years, to completely vanish. And then, normally, I would have made you suffer more before killing you, but I have things to do right now, so I couldn't help it. Yusha muttered as she looked toward the spot where Alchemy had disappeared. Thanks Xiaoring for that. She gazed beyond the forest toward the desert, specifically at the location of the desert city colony. I'm in a hurry, so I had to kill you quickly. She turned away. In her hand was a letter sent by Alon. A letter that mentioned he would likely be visiting the desert city once again. At last, a small smile crept onto her lips. Chapter 66. It had been 3 days since Alon had personally gone to verify the news of an incident in Alchemy. As he began traveling again with the merchants regularly heading to the desert city, like before, Alon let out a deep sigh under the sweltering heat. Count, could you just use it once? If I use it wrong, it could freeze everything solid. Freezing sounds better than becoming a roasted corpse. Still no. Listening to Evan's complaints about not wanting to get roasted, Alon gazed at the blazing sun and reflected on the events of a few days ago. What happened to Alchemy? Of course, since he hadn't seen a body, he couldn't be sure what had happened to Alchemy. Yet, the reason he suspected something had gone wrong was because of the artifact he had taken with him. He looked at the badge in his hand. The badge, instead of shining gold, was a dull gray. In game terms, this artifact could be looted after dealing with Alchemy in the mid-game stage of psychedelia. The symbol of the innocent. I didn't expect to get it this early. Though the badge had no function at the moment, it was known for having impressive stats when appraised, especially for an item you normally obtain mid-game. Just like the ring Alon had received from Heinkel, but hadn't used yet. On my way to Laxus to unlock the ring, I should stop by the Labyrinth City for an appraisal. At any rate, this symbol of the innocent was something Alchemy had cherished deeply, and had cast a binding spell on so no one could steal it. Simply put, if Alchemy wasn't dead, no one else could have taken the badge. However, since the badge was now in Alon's hand with no sign of magical interference, he was convinced something had happened to Alchemy. Thus that night, Alon had thoroughly raided Alchemy's mansion. He glanced at the treasure piled up in the back of the carriage, and smiled faintly beneath his expressionless face. And that wasn't all. His waist pouch was now filled with the highest-grade magic potions he had used up in the recent battle against Kylas. Everything was looted from Alchemy's mansion. The treasure wasn't as abundant as I'd hoped, but since this world wasn't one where money simply popped out of the ground, Alon was more than satisfied with the treasure now loaded in the carriage. To him, money was always the right answer. How long had they been traveling this way? Everyone halt. Ding ding. At the shout from up ahead, the caravans crossing the desert came to a sudden stop, and a bell rang out. It was the signal from the merchant group to set up camp, and seeing that the sun was setting, Alon stepped out of the carriage. Not long after they started preparing the camp. "Ah, Count, have you been comfortable today?" Unlike the leader of the previous golden-haired merchant group, this time, a rather slim merchant leader approached Alon with a bow. "Thanks to you." "Oh no, not at." The merchant leader, who kept bowing even though Alon hadn't done much, smiled with a characteristic capitalistic grin and handed Alon something. "What's this?" "Ah, these are products we handle in our group. Over here is wine from the Kamar estate, and this side contains food products we get from the Kalmian estate." "I see. We brought it hoping you'd give it a try." Alon lightly nodded at the exaggerated courtesy, with the merchant leader bowing so deeply that his face nearly touched the ground. "I'll enjoy it." "Yes, sir, please rest well." As Alon watched the merchant leader bow several times before disappearing, he shrugged lightly. In the past, he wasn't treated as a proper noble, but nowadays, he received quite lavish treatment wherever he went. This was largely due to his growing reputation and the rumor that he was the head of the most influential faction in the Asteria kingdom. As a result, anyone who had any awareness of the kingdom's political situation tried their best to make a good impression on Alon, turning into sycophants the moment they saw him. Well, that's only true for people moving near the Asteria kingdom, though. As Alon shrugged his shoulders, looking at the gift the merchant leader had offered in hopes of securing a new business route. "Oh, really?" "Of course." He heard Evan's voice coming from somewhere, chatting with a woman after they had finished setting up camp. "Wow, that's amazing." "Haha, well, it's not that hard." As Alon glanced at the woman, enthusiastically responding to whatever Evan was boasting about, he soon realized her identity. The merchant leader's daughter, huh? He made a strange expression as he watched the two. It seems there are more women around Evan these days. Alon had a pretty good guess as to why so many women were suddenly flocking around Evan. It was because of his own fame. Being known as the only knight of the famous Count Palacio, most women showed interest in Evan, approaching him with admiration. Though Alon felt a bit of a strange emotion at what seemed like a situation where the bear does the work and the peddler makes the money, he soon shrugged it off. Well, after all the trouble he went through, I suppose it's fine. Watching Evan putting on an exaggerated, boisterous performance, Alon couldn't help but think once again. I wonder if Evan realizes the merchant leader's daughter is looking at him with hawk eyes. Since there was no need to spoil the mood, Alon sat in front of the campfire to avoid the increasingly chilly evening. Tasty. The sweet potato that Evan had prepared was perfectly cooked. A week and a day later, at early dawn, Alon finally saw the colony's silhouette again after nearly a year. Hemtilda. Though the colony didn't look much different from before, its unique architecture still appeared fresh and new to Alon. After a brief exchange of greetings with the merchant leader, Alon turned around when, "Master." He felt the familiar sensation of Xiaoreng throwing herself at him, hugging him tightly. "Hello." Xiaoreng, clinging to him like glue, greeted him cheerfully. "It's been a while." "It has." As Alon watched Xiaoreng wagging her tail excitedly. "Look at that, isn't that the golden flash?" "Yeah, it is." "Who's that with her?" "Looks like Count Palacio." "No way, the mad dog is actually being so friendly with someone like that." He noticed faint murmurs coming from the surrounding area. "Xiaoreng." "Yeah. Let go of me for now." "Got it." At Alon's words, Xiaoreng immediately released her grip around his waist and placed her feet on the ground. "Did I do well?" "You did." Watching Xiaoreng wag her tail happily after receiving his praise, Alon suddenly realized how quiet it had become around them. As he glanced around, he saw that everyone at the southern gate of the colony was staring at him with astonished expressions. Even the merchant leader and his daughter, who had just greeted him, were standing there with their mouths wide open. Why is everyone so shocked? Feeling slightly puzzled by the overly silent atmosphere, Alon scanned his surroundings with a faint look of confusion. Everyone looked as if they were witnessing something unreal, their faces frozen in disbelief. Seeing their reactions, Alon himself became confused. Hadn't he received this same kind of excitement from Xiaoreng a year ago? But now, the difference in their gazes was stark, leaving Alon bewildered for a moment. HMPH. Clearing his throat awkwardly to dispel the sudden discomfort, Alon opened his mouth and said, "Xiaoreng, I'd like to go straight to the ruins. Is that possible?" "Of course it's possible." With Xiaoreng's words, Alon immediately boarded the carriage. Even as he climbed into the carriage and they set off toward the ruins, the looks of astonishment didn't leave the faces of the onlookers. They were on the road to the forgotten ruins, using the carriage Xiaoreng had prepared. Just like last time, they were traveling under the protection of the Golden Mane tribe, but Alon could sense something had subtly changed. Something feels different. Alon glanced at Xiaoreng. Xiaoreng herself hadn't changed much from a year ago. The only noticeable difference was that her brilliantly golden hair had grown longer, now reaching down near her tailbone. But aside from that, she was the same as before. However, unlike Xiaoreng, the atmosphere among the Golden Mane tribe members guarding the carriage was distinctly different from a year ago. They seemed more friendly before. Of course, their friendliness had always been directed towards Xiaoreng rather than Alon, but now there was none of the light-hearted or welcoming behavior he remembered from before. Instead, they moved in silence, thoroughly watching their surroundings without a word. Recalling what had happened to Xiaoreng a year ago, Alon nodded in understanding. "I guess the betrayal back then hit them harder than I thought." As Alon was thinking that he should be more considerate to Xiaoreng to keep her from being affected by such things, Xiaoreng suddenly spoke up. "Ah, master." She called out as if she had just remembered something, and Alon responded. "What is it? Can I ask you a favor?" Alon was a little taken aback by the sudden request, but nodded soon after. "As long as it's something I can do, of course." After all, it was largely thanks to Xiaoreng that they were traveling to the ruins so comfortably, and he had been thinking he should treat her better, so he nodded his head. Xiaoreng beamed brightly, pulled out a piece of paper from her bag, and handed it to Alon. Then, as she reached her hand out the window of the carriage, an artifact pen was placed in her hand, as if on cue. Handing the pen over to Alon, Xiaoreng said, "Here, sign it." "Sign?" "Yep." Nodding eagerly, she looked at him with a very expectant expression. She nodded so enthusiastically that her long hair, which reached her tailbone, swayed through the air. At this, Alon couldn't help but think, "Is she asking me to co-sign for something?" Feeling a bit tense without realizing it, Alon looked down at the paper. The document already had several complicated sections filled in. With a puzzled expression, Alon glanced at the top of the document. A marriage registration form. "Sign it." Alon was left speechless. Chapter 67. Duke Colmalin of the Ashtalan Kingdom, located in the west of the Asteria Kingdom, was a noble who held immense power, even within the Ashtalan Kingdom. Though most nobles were unaware, he also wielded a tremendous influence in the underworld. In fact, there was no place in the underworld of the United Kingdom where his reach didn't extend, until recently. Late at night, Duke Colmalin, whose youthful face betrayed his status as a middle-aged man who had held the title for over 20 years, stared at documents in his tranquil study. Suddenly, he spoke. So, it's difficult to exert influence in the Asteria kingdom. Speaking to himself in an empty study, yet despite the lack of visible figures around him, a voice responded. Yes, that's correct. With that reply, a man emerged from the shadows, kneeling before Duke Colmelin. This man, named Shutto, controlled immense power in the underworld of the Ashtalon kingdom on behalf of the Duke. Without turning his head, the Duke continued asking questions. Not at all. Yes, they've eliminated all of our operatives there. Did the organizations that received abyssal gems and abyssal bodies collapse that easily? Well, Shutto hesitated for a moment before answering. No organizations worthy of receiving abyssal gems or abyssal bodies have taken root in Asteria yet. I see, so there were no suitable recruits. My apologies. Shutto bowed his head. The Duke, tapping his quill absent-mindedly, responded calmly. There's no need to bow your head. I'm sore. Just as Shutto lowered his head further to speak, something felt off, and as he recognized the incongruity, his vision shifted, revealing Duke Colmalin's figure in reverse. Shutto's face twisted in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. And then, dying will be your apology. With that, Shutto's body collapsed with a thud, and as soon as the quiet voice gave the order, shadows emerged from the darkness, dragging Shutto's body off the study floor. Shortly after, in Jella, at the call of Duke Colmelin, who had killed the underworld power broker with ease, another figure stepped out of the shadows, this time a dark elf with black skin and large ears, speaking up. You called. Yes, from now on, you will handle things. Understood. The dark elf nodded. Without a second glance at Shutto's body being dragged into the shadows, Duke Colmelin spoke again. And did you say we can't exert influence in Asteria? Yes. That's troubling. It's necessary for the plan. Shall we act? The dark elf inquired. However, Duke Colmelin seemed to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. No, we should focus on what's happening in Rakshasha. There's no need to reveal our strength right now. So, the leader of Kalfa is Count Palatio, right? Yes, Kalfa, which dominates the underworld in Asteria, operates under that noble. Count Palatio, huh? There was a trace of interest in Duke Colmalin's muttering. This was because Count Palatio had recently interfered with his plans a few times. Though it didn't seem intentional, there had been several instances where he had to redo unnecessary tasks due to the Count's involvement. Additionally, recent rumors had piqued his interest, especially as they pertain to his ongoing plans. Don't move directly. It'll be troublesome if we're caught moving on our end. Understood, so what should we do? Tell those who have been bribed to express their discontent to Count Palatio. Our goal is just to exercise some influence after all. If we shake up his prestige a bit, cracks will start to appear quickly. As if fully aware of how futile a sandcastle built on politics could be, Colmelin spoke casually. This is actually good timing. They've been asking for us to pay more attention to Asteria as well. Once we deal with the Count, we can use that as leverage to expand our influence. Understood. The dark elf Ingela responded, and Colmelin, about to lower his gaze back to the documents, paused as if something occurred to him. And how's the experiment going? If you're referring to young Master Carmen, he's currently in the isolation room. His condition. In previous tests with the abyssal gems, although there were symptoms of anxiety and increased violence, he could still manage daily life. However, after absorbing the abyssal body this year, his violence and rage have become uncontrollable, and he's essentially broken. Ingela reported calmly, but Duke Colmelin, though hearing such a report, showed no change in expression as he mulled it over. I see. I understand. I'll handle the Asteria side properly. With that, he shifted his gaze, no longer interested. Understood. The dark elf bowed his head and disappeared on the spot, leaving the Duke's office to return to its earlier stillness. It was as if no one had ever been there in the first place. Alon stared blankly at the marriage registration form, then turned his gaze to Xiaoreng. Xiaoreng's eyes were glowing brightly. Let's become a family. Xiaoreng had an expectant look on her face, but Alon, holding the form, thought, this is a bit. With a slightly awkward expression behind his neutral face, he asked, is there anything else you want? Nope. Sorry, but I can't agree to this. Hey. Xiaoreng's ears drooped in disappointment, clearly showing her dismay. However, no matter how disappointed she looked, Alon had no intention of marrying her right away. Objectively speaking, there was nothing lacking in Xiaoreng as a potential bride. She was incredibly beautiful, and her honor and status were nothing to scoff at either. But that was from an objective viewpoint. To Alon, there were several issues that made him hesitate. First, although there wasn't a huge age difference between them, Alon had always thought of Xiaoreng as a daughter figure. Second, Alon believed that Xiaoreng didn't truly love him. She just wanted to get married to him to become family. In other words, she liked him, but she wasn't in love with him. These 2 points were significant to Alon, who held fairly traditional views on relationships, and that's why he refused her request. Ooh. Xiaoreng let out a pitiful sound, her tail drooping sadly as if she were feeling down. Alon then. First of all, I need to soothe her after the trauma from the previous betrayal, but saying things like, we're family, probably won't help much. After a brief moment of thought, Alon made up his mind and spoke. Let's think about this again after you get a little older. How much older? 2 years. Alon sighed inwardly. He figured saying something too far off wouldn't be comforting, while saying something too soon would sound strange, so he landed on 2 years as a compromise, mostly for reassurance. Did I say too short a time? But regardless of his concerns, Xiaoreng, seeing a glimmer of hope, brightened up and wagged her tail. Okay. Seeing her perk up, Alon let out a sigh of relief. Well, in 2 years, she'll probably change her mind. Alon thought briefly. Sometime later, Alon arrived at a forgotten ruin. Leaving Xiaoreng, who had insisted on waiting behind, he immediately began moving. He soon reached the central tower where he had previously encountered something unknown. Without hesitation, he made his way up the tower. And then, oh, you've come. As soon as he entered a large room, a figure appeared before him as if it had been waiting. Alon's eyes widened in surprise. The last time they met, this figure had been so distorted that it was impossible to recognize. Now its form was clear. It had the physique of a human, yet it sported antlers on its head and a long tail that extended from its back. A dragon, no, a dragonkin. Though still obscured like a shadow, Alon could now roughly discern the figure's identity. Ho, you can see me now. I suppose defeating the outer god has raised your level. Quite impressive. Honestly, I didn't think you'd manage. Alon replied to the dragonkin-like figure, which still resembled a shadow. I nearly died doing it. If a mere human can handle an outer god and only almost die, that in itself is quite remarkable, isn't it? Although, judging by the energy, it seems you dealt with it before it fully manifested. The figure sat cross-legged atop the desk in the study and propped its chin in its hand. Still, it's curious. How did you kill it, even if it hadn't fully manifested? It's not something a human should be able to do. The dragonkin, forming a question mark with its long tail, seemed genuinely curious. I used asterisk manifestation of essence asterisk. Asterisk manifestation of essence asterisk. You. Yes. Lifta. Alan answered calmly, but the figure which had been speaking arrogantly just moments before suddenly went blank. Then, Puahatagahasa. It burst into uncontrollable laughter, leaning back like a child, slapping the desk as it laughed. Alan, taken aback by the sudden reaction, could only watch in confusion. I'm sorry. I haven't heard such a joke in a long time. What part of that was a joke? The part where you claim to have succeeded in manifestation of essence asterisk, of course. The dragonkin wiped tears from its eyes, still chuckling. Well, it's easy to misunderstand. After all, a wizard needs pride but a bit of arrogance too. The figure, now blatantly mocking him, continued. Let me tell you something. It's impossible for you to have succeeded in manifestation of essence asterisk. How can a mere human, who hasn't even mastered mind resonance asterisk, succeed in manifestation of essence asterisk? Mind resonance. See, you don't even know what mind resonance is, and you're talking about manifestation of essence asterisk. The dragonkin snickered, resting its hand on Alan's shoulder as it added. I'll give you credit for defeating the outer god, but lies aren't good. Oh, and if you're embarrassed, I'll let you leave for a moment to regain your composure. Take your time. Still giggling, the dragonkin removed its hand from Alan's shoulder. Alan, looking at the figure, asked, Do you really think I lied? Of course. And what if I did? If you didn't? The dragonkin, still maintaining its smug expression, grinned widely. Then if you can prove it right here, I'll start calling you Master from now on. How about that? Can you prove it? The dragonkin proposed this as if it were all a joke. Make sure you keep that promise. Alan warned as he formed a seal with his hands. Oh, I'll definitely keep it, if you can really prove it. The dragonkin, still filled with ridicule, sneered, but Alan thought to himself, Can I do it? Truthfully, recreating asterisk manifestation of essence with his current power was nearly impossible. However, this wasn't a real battle. If it's just to demonstrate a small-scale version, without practical use, I should have enough magic to pull it off. With that thought, he quietly began chanting. As the spell slowly started to take form, the dragonkin, who had been grinning up until then, froze. As the ice sphere in front of Alan slowly morphed into a giant crystal, forming a spear, the grin faded from the dragonkin's face. The spear twisted and turned, creating the key to asterisk manifestation of essence asterisk. Huh. For the first time, confusion filled the dragonkin's eyes. The dragonkin, with wide eyes, as if something had gone terribly wrong, stared at the scene in disbelief. And then, Ice Spear of Conjuration. As Alan uttered the final words of the spell, the frozen ground spread before him. Nonsense! The face of the dragonkin was filled with astonishment. Chapter 68. The absurdly small range of the ice formation spell disappeared before even reaching 3 seconds. In fact, the actual implementation was so weak that it had no practical use. My magic power. Even with just that, Alan felt his mana core completely drained, and he suddenly realized just how reckless he had been when fighting the foreign force half a year ago. I should have been grateful just for surviving back then. With that thought, Alan looked at the dragonkin who had been mocking him moments ago. Even though all he could see was a dark form with nothing more than white holes where its eyes and mouth should have been, Alan could clearly make out its expression. The dragonkin, mouth agape in disbelief, stared at the spot where the magic had manifested just moments before. How is that possible? You clearly don't know anything about mind resonance or anything else. The dragonkin mumbled in disbelief, its face showing utter shock, as if its very understanding of the world had been shattered. Keep your promise. Alan reminded him of the most important thing. The Dragonkin's expression twisted. For a moment, it seemed like the Dragonkin was going to shout that Alan had lied, that the promise was void. But after Alan's remark about how someone of its rank should at least keep its own words, the Dragonkin groaned as though it carried the burdens of the world. Master, grinding its teeth with an audible crack, the Dragonkin finally managed to speak. Although the words seemed to carry more murderous intent than respect, Alan nodded to himself in satisfaction, feeling a sense of vindication. Do you really not know anything about mind resonance? The Dragonkin asked again. Alan nodded. I don't. It doesn't seem like you're lying. Why is it such a big deal? Alan asked, genuinely confused. The Dragonkin hesitated for a moment before explaining. As I said before, magic was originally created to approach laws. Phrases, seals, and inscriptions all serve that purpose. However, there's a key difference. While phrases and seals can be used if their meaning is understood, inscriptions alone aren't enough. Sitting on the edge of the desk, the Dragonkin continued. As I mentioned last time, inscriptions are the key to accessing the laws that mages have imprinted upon this world. I remember you saying that, but if what you're saying is true, and one must understand mind resonance to perform self-manifestation, why did you teach me that inscription? If I really needed to know mind resonance, wouldn't I have been unable to use it even if you taught me? In response to Alan's curious question, the Dragonkin answered immediately. You're right and wrong at the same time. As I said before, inscriptions are keys, but they are also a means to interfere with the laws. That means they can be used as keys, but also to twist the laws. Alan nodded in understanding. He had used the ice formation spell in different forms before attempting self-manifestation. He also understood which law the inscription, Glory of the Snowy Mountains, distorted now. So it has two uses then. Exactly. While it's mainly a key to help mages approach the laws they've inscribed, it can also be utilized as a law itself. The Dragonkin continued. But as I've said many times before, self-manifestation requires mind resonance. Mind resonance is memory. Memory. Alan tilted his head slightly in confusion, and the Dragonkin hesitated for a moment before explaining further. Yes, people talk about inheriting history or knowledge, but in the end, it's all memory. The memory of when mages first approached the laws and created the inscriptions. That's what I call mind resonance, and it's absolutely necessary to use inscriptions as keys. That's why I said it didn't make sense. The Dragonkin furrowed its brow and added in a slightly lower voice. In this world, neither mind resonance nor the mages who could pass it on to their successors remain. A brief silence followed, but soon the Dragonkin's sigh broke the quiet. That's why I can't quite understand. How exactly did you manage to succeed in self-manifestation? It looked at Alan with a puzzled expression, but naturally, Alan had nothing to say in response. After all, even Alan himself didn't know how he had managed to use self-manifestation. No, to be more precise, he did know the method. He formed a seal, spoke the phrase, and uttered the inscription. With that, Alan successfully executed self-manifestation. However, it conflicted with what the Dragonkin had just explained. The explanation that self-manifestation required inheriting mind resonance was at odds with Alan's experience, as he had no memory of inheriting any mind resonance. That wasn't the only contradiction. There was also a significant gap between the common knowledge of the Dragonkin and what Alan knew. First, up until now, Alan had used phrases, inscriptions, and seals to cast magic, but most of it was knowledge he acquired by speaking the phrases himself and learning through experience. In other words, he had figured out the meaning of the phrases through trial and error, without any prior understanding. But the Dragonkin had clearly stated that phrases and inscriptions could only be used if one understood their meaning. In essence, what it said seemed to suggest that the way Alan had learned magic on his own should have been impossible. Before I say anything else, there's something I'd like to ask. What is it? Alan then expressed his doubts to the Dragonkin, who, after listening for a while, muttered, "Does that even make sense?" It stared blankly, genuinely unable to understand. "But that's how I've been doing it, and it's the same now." Alan's response was met with a disbelieving chuckle from the Dragonkin, who was about to say something further when rumble. Alan looked puzzled as the tower suddenly began to shake, as though an earthquake had struck. "It seems my time is up." Time? The time I can manifest in this world is short, and it seems like it's coming to an end. Alan instinctively furrowed his brow at this explanation, but the Dragonkin smiled as if to reassure him. "Don't worry too much. You can come back in 5 days and we'll talk again. I'll explain what you're curious about then. And, if possible, find Sparrow, staff, and receive the phrases and inscriptions from the one inside. You'll be able to communicate by channeling magic into it." Sparrow's staff, an ego weapon. More like a weapon imbued with a personality, a bit of a nutcase. Get the phrases and inscriptions from it. So you're saying these inscriptions are like secret techniques, yet you're telling me it'll easily share them. Don't worry about that. The one inside regrets not being able to pass on its knowledge, so it'll be more than willing to teach you. I'm looking forward to it. If what you say is true, you'll be able to. The Dragonkin let out a sly smile once again. Use the magic of all mages with just phrases, inscriptions, and seals. And, before finishing its sentence, the Dragonkin vanished in an instant, leaving Alan staring into the empty space in silence. A little time passed. Alan, having left the ruins, was now in a carriage, deep in thought. He hadn't learned the secrets that had originally brought him there, the mysteries he had been curious about for so long, but his focus had shifted away from those secrets. The secrets weren't much of a risk, considering he had to stay in the colony for at least 2 more weeks thanks to the Colosseum. Instead, Alan was reflecting on what the Dragonkin had said. You can't use magic without understanding phrases, inscriptions, and self-manifestation, huh? He had thought about it over and over again. That Dragonkin didn't seem like it was lying, so how was I able to use them? Despite contemplating the issue multiple times, he knew there was no way to find an answer to something he didn't understand. I feel like there's something to this. With a slight sense of curiosity, he soon shifted his thoughts to another topic. Sparrow's staff, huh? Fortunately, Alan knew where the Sparrow's staff, mentioned by the Dragonkin, was located. It should be in the royal treasury of the colony. He had already entered the royal family's vault several times during quests to retrieve various items, so he was familiar with the location. However, despite knowing where it was, Alan had never taken the Sparrow's staff out. The item was among the least useful in terms of performance within the vault. Its abilities aren't impressive enough to choose over something else I originally planned to take. Even so, he didn't intend to ignore the Dragonkin's advice, so after a moment of deliberation, he decided. Guess I don't have a choice. I should register as a fighter in the Colosseum first. He made up his mind to join the Colosseum this time and retrieve the Sparrow's staff. Thus, Master. Yes. Can you pat my head? Your head? Yeah. As he stroked Xiaoreng's hair, who had leaned in next to him for a head pat. Ahem. She was clearly enjoying it, even though his hand was barely moving as she rubbed her head against it on her own. Together, they arrived at the colony. And, the The moment they entered, Alan noticed that the atmosphere was unusually chaotic. Rather, after realizing that there was hardly any foot traffic within the colony, Alan looked puzzled, but only for a moment. As they continued toward the guild by carriage, Alan saw an immense crowd gathered along the central street of the colony and immediately halted the carriage. It was impossible to drive through the crowd. Moreover, Lady Cialring, it seems we'll have to wait until the crowd passes. The beastman who had scouted ahead reported the situation, and Cialring looked at Alan. After a brief moment of thought, Alan said, "Let's wait and take a look while we're at it." He stepped out of the carriage, his curiosity piqued by the bustling scene. It seemed as though the entire population of the colony had gathered, lining both sides of the central road. As Alan stepped out of the carriage and made his way through the crowd, he eventually spotted a carriage approaching from a distance. "Stop!" A mercenary blocked Alan's path. The mercenary, clearly rough-looking, gave Alan a light shove with the hand holding his sword and spoke. "No one is allowed to approach Lord Millanen." A blatant warning. Only then did Alan notice that, despite the crowd, this area was empty, guarded by mercenaries. Alan turned his gaze toward the man standing within the cordon of mercenaries. He looked like a noble from the colony, adorned with various decorations, with an unmistakably arrogant demeanor. Having apparently heard the mercenary's words, the noble glanced at Alan, smirked, and then turned his gaze away. At that moment, Alan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight of this noble, who, like many of his kind, seemed to derive a sense of entitlement from the most trivial things. Crack! In an instant, the mercenary who had blocked Alan's path vanished, smashing into a nearby grocery store. It had all happened in a flash. The crowd's attention immediately turned to the scene, and the mercenaries who had formed the barricade began to move before they could even assess the situation. At that moment, zap! Boom crash! The mercenaries who had been advancing toward Alan were sent flying through the air and slammed into buildings. Cialring. The noble, Millanen, who had been smirking just moments ago, recoiled in shock at the sudden appearance of Cialring. "Dalija!" He began to scream as Cialring grabbed his head. Then, "He mocked you, master. What should I do with him?" Cialring turned to Alan with a bright smile, a stark contrast to the way she had been handling Millanen. Alan was at a loss for words. Without giving him a chance to intervene, Cialring gripped the noble's head tightly, as if she might crush it any moment, simply because he had mocked Alan. "Should I kill him?" While it was undeniably satisfying, Alan couldn't help but feel it was a bit too extreme. At least not in such a crowded street. Alan, who had been wondering how to handle the situation, turned his attention to the murmuring around him. He soon realized that the white carriage that had been crossing the crowded street had stopped right in front of him. At the same time, he recognized where the carriage had come from. The Holy Kingdom, huh? As Alan noticed the paladins, he had that thought, and just then the door of the stopped carriage opened and someone began to step out. It was a girl dressed in black, but with red embroidery sewn in various places on her sacred attire. "Hello?" Alan only tilted his head in confusion for a brief moment, feeling that her face seemed strangely familiar. Cardinal." Alan heard the voice of the noble Millanen, whose head was still being held by Cialring, as he called out to the girl. In that instant, Alan instinctively sensed that the situation was about to become more complicated. If someone didn't know what had just transpired, this scene would look like Alan and Cialring were bullying an innocent noble. Millanen, who seemed eager to take advantage of the situation, put on an exaggeratedly pitiful expression. Alan wondered if he should try to clear up the misunderstanding. But contrary to his expectations, The girl who had stepped out of the carriage didn't head toward the noble with his head caught in Xiaoreng's grasp. No, she didn't even glance at him, as if she had no interest in him at all. Instead, she walked straight toward Alan. Eek! As Xiaoreng, wagging her tail wildly, moved aside, the girl approached Alan and took his left hand with both of hers. Then, "It's been so long." At that moment, as the girl's red eyes, now revealed as she opened them, met his gaze, Alan realized who she was. The girl standing before him was none other than Lord Isha Bludia. In a street now filled with astonishment and silence, where the murmuring had died down, she smiled at him without a word. Chapter 69. Milanin, a noble of the colony and a member of the Count of Filmeria's family, couldn't grasp the current situation at all, from start to finish. First of all, he didn't understand why Xiaoreng, the first Baba Yaga of the colony, had slaughtered all his private soldiers and grabbed his head as if it was about to explode, just for mocking a nobleman walking around with a bewildered expression. He also couldn't understand why Yusha Bludia, one of the cardinals of the Holy Kingdom of Rosario and known to have the strongest influence lately, suddenly stepped out of the carriage and held hands with the very noble he had mocked. Everything was a mystery. However, isn't that Count Palacio? Seems like it, huh? He's with a Baba Yaga, so it must be him. Milanin, hearing the whispers of the citizens, finally realized why Xiaoreng had grabbed his head. The rumor that Xiaoreng, the Baba Yaga of the colony, followed Count Palacio, a noble of the Kingdom of Asteria, as her master, had spread quite widely since about a year ago. Still, there were things he couldn't comprehend. Lord, she calls him Lord. Milanin had heard rumors about Count Palacio. He knew Xiaoreng referred to him as master, and that Deus Macallion, the master knight of the nation of Caliban, called him benefactor. He was also aware of his close relationship with a high-ranking member of the Labyrinth City's council. But he's close with a cardinal from the Holy Kingdom as well. Milanin stared at Alan and Yusha with a dumbfounded expression. Unlike Alan, who remained expressionless, Yusha, standing across from him, seemed to be filled with warm feelings. Feelings so full of warmth that even if Milanin had truly been mistreated in this situation, there was no way she would take his side. What on earth is his true identity? As that astonished curiosity filled Milanin, he heard Alan's voice. Xiaoreng, stop. With that, Milanin was finally released. Grr. Milanin clutched his head in pain, feeling as if it would split open. Alan approached him. Are you all right? My apologies. The apology was simple and straightforward. Milanin instinctively tried to open his mouth. He knew that mocking a fellow noble like Count Palacio was something he should not have done. But still, the response had been excessively harsh, and there were several witnesses to it. Of course, since Milanin had used his soldiers to block access and keep the area to himself, no one viewed him favorably. In fact, many seemed to find satisfaction in Xiaoreng's actions. Still, though, Milanin, who had gained some justification with Alan's apology, was about to say something, but he quickly shut his mouth. He couldn't help it, because both Xiaoreng and Yusha, standing behind Count Palacio, were staring straight at him, their red and golden eyes glinting as if they wouldn't miss a single move. Staring intently. And so. And no, it's nothing. Are you sure? Yes, I'm fine, really fine. With that, Milanin frantically waved his hands and quickly fled the scene. Shortly after, the noble, whose identity Alan hadn't even bothered to confirm, fled in a panic. After the initial surprise of the sudden meeting, they moved to Xiaoreng's guild to avoid attention. Finally, Alan could speak comfortably with Yusha. You said you came to the colony for some business. Yes, so I won't be staying long. Alan nodded at Yusha's bright smile, yet his expression turned somewhat pensive. Her smile was so kind, so saintly, that it was almost fitting to call her a saint. But there was a strange disconnect with how he remembered her. Maybe it's because I only saw her as one of the 5 great sins in psychedelia, but she feels very different now. Alon suddenly realized that, although they had exchanged letters frequently, this was his first time seeing her in person. A sense of pride filled him. Yusha had grown up well, particularly with the destructive image of her, as one of the 5 great sins still vividly imprinted in his mind. The pride he felt towards her was even greater than for others. Looking around the room, Alon spoke up again. "But are you two not on good terms?" The reason for his question was that Xiaoring, who was always cheerful, had been looking unusually tense ever since Yusha arrived. But Yusha, without losing her smile, replied, "Oh, not at all. Xiaoring and I are on very good terms, right?" "Right," Xiaoring nodded. However, despite their words, the atmosphere between them felt somewhat awkward. Alon tilted his head in mild confusion, but then shrugged, deciding not to pry further since they both insisted they were close. Then out of nowhere, Xiaoring asked, "Master, in 2 years you'll think about it, right?" The sudden question left Alon momentarily confused until he realized she was referring to the marriage registration. He fumbled his response. "Well, I'll think about it when the time comes." "What are you going to think about?" Yusha asked curiously. Alon hesitated, wondering how to explain the situation, but before he could say anything, Xiaoring boldly announced, "He said he'll seriously consider marrying me in 2 years." Alon, taken aback, let out a surprised sound. Huh?" Yusha, equally shocked, voiced her confusion. Xiaoring, on the other hand, looked more triumphant than ever, as if she had never been upset in the first place. Yusha, who had been staring blankly at Xiaoring for a moment, suddenly burst into a soft laugh. Then, with a serene expression, she looked at Alon. "You don't need to explain, Lord. I'm sure Xiaoring made an unreasonable request, and you had no choice but to answer that way, right?" Even though Alon hadn't provided any explanation, Yusha seemed to understand everything perfectly, as if she were already wise beyond her years. Alon couldn't help but smile inwardly. Anyone could see that she embodied the role of a nurturing older sister. Just as Alon was about to nod in satisfaction, Yusha continued, "Yes, that must be it. Since Xiaoring is a bit immature, you probably had to comfort her by promising something in 2 years, knowing that rejecting her outright would have made her incredibly sad. I know you only said that because you had no choice. Although lying isn't good, sometimes there are lies that have to be told, right?" Alon was left bewildered, his mind filling with question marks as Yusha, still smiling, rattled off her words without even pausing to breathe. She then turned her gaze to Xiaoring and said, "So, Xiaoring, you understand now, right? You shouldn't put Lord in a difficult position. And like I said before, it's too early for you to think about marriage." "I didn't put him in a difficult position. And the Vice Guild leader told me that a 5-year age gap is perfect for marriage." "Xiaoring," I said, "no, you shouldn't make things hard for Lord." Yusha continued to speak with a smile. But Xiaoring's expression twisted in frustration as she shouted, "You're the one who can't. You're too old." "What do you mean by that, Xiaoring? I'm only 2 years older than you." Yusha's smile didn't waver, but, "I heard it from Rhine. Your age is estimated to be thou." Before Xiaoring could finish her sentence, boom crash, Xiaoring suddenly disappeared through the floor. Alon stared blankly at the scene, stunned by how quickly everything had unfolded. Yusha, who had been glaring down at where Xiaoring had stood moments ago, suddenly noticed Alon's presence again. She quickly softened her expression and smiled kindly. "It seems the building is a bit weak." It was an obvious lie, but Yusha said it with a straight face. "The building is weak?" Alon asked. "Yes." Really? Really? It just collapsed all of a sudden, didn't it? Despite her repeated insistence, as if she would never admit to having slammed Xiaoring into the lower floor, Alan could only respond, "I see." Alan reluctantly nodded in agreement while suddenly recalling that Yusha had once been one of the 5 great sins. He thought to himself, so, a woman's age really is a taboo topic, but 1,000 years. I didn't expect that. Alan filed away this new piece of information that he had never wanted to know. "I'll go fetch Xiaoring," Yusha said, ending the conversation. A few minutes later, Alan saw Xiaoring, creaking and moving like a puppet, seated back in her chair. He was reminded again of the absolute taboo she had broken. For the next half hour they conversed, sharing stories. Eventually, Yusha spoke up. "Lord, I believe it's time for me to take my leave." Alan nodded in response. "Yes, you did mention you had other business." "Yes, I'll probably be here for about 3 weeks, so I'll make sure to stop by often while you're still around." "All right." Just as Yusha was about to turn and leave with a small smile, she suddenly clapped her hands as if she had remembered something. "Oh, and earlier, you mentioned that you would be participating in the Colosseum." They had indeed talked about that earlier during their conversation. "Yeah, that's right. As I said, I'm aiming to get something from the royal treasury." "The Sparrow's staff, right?" "Correct." Hem. Yusha nodded lightly, understanding his intent. "Well then, I'll see you again soon," she said with a smile before leaving. Alan watched as a white carriage headed toward the royal palace of the colony, and he turned his gaze to Xiaoring, who let out a huge sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. "All right, I suppose I should start preparing as well." The next day, after spending the night at Xiaoring's guild, Alan headed straight to the Colosseum and submitted his application to participate. Thanks to Xiaoring's help, the process, which usually took a week, was completed in just an hour. F-rank fighter pass, this is just the beginning. Holding the pass that all new applicants receive, Alan steeled himself for what was to come. 2 days later. Well, Alan stood in the arena of the Colosseum, about to participate in his first battle. He exhaled a shallow breath and looked around. The audience seats were packed with spectators. Not a single seat was empty, and around 100 other fighters stood in the arena with him. His first match was not a one-on-one duel but a battle royale, and the victory condition was simple: be the last fighter standing. There were no other conditions. Survival was the only rule. Though Alan generally preferred one-on-one matches, he chose the battle royale for one simple reason. Winning a battle royale would allow him to jump from F rank to D rank in a single leap. Once a fighter reached D rank, they gained the right to challenge higher-ranked fighters and exchange ranks, which would allow Alan to skip ahead faster. As he glanced around, Alan thought to himself, "The only way to enter the royal treasury and retrieve the treasure I'm after is by becoming an A-rank fighter." Of course, becoming a Baba Yaga would allow access to the national treasure, the asterisk Ribot asterisk, but Alan didn't need to go that far. The items he sought, including the Sparrow's staff, were housed in the treasury that an A-rank fighter could enter. "It won't be easy." Alan scanned the area. The other fighters gripped their weapons and stared back at him, as if they had all made some unspoken agreement. Some were tense, others serious, and a few sneered or tried to gauge the situation carefully. Their emotions varied, but they all shared one thing in common: they were ready to point their weapons at him. Of course, Alan had anticipated this. Even though the fighters here were all F-rank, none of them were mere cannon fodder. They had joined the battle royale with the goal of advancing by crushing the competition. And to them, Alan was the clear target. Rumors had spread that he had fended off foreign enemies and played a major role in dealing with the Baba Yagas. For those aiming to win, taking Alan out first was only natural. "All right then, the fighters' match will begin shortly." The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Most of the fighters tensed up, waiting for the signal, and as soon as it came, "Let the match begin." They all rushed toward Alan. The situation grew tense in an instant. The arena echoed with the wild cheers of the spectators, while the fighters' battle cries filled Alan's ears. As the first fighter's axe swung down toward his head, with the faintest movement of Alan's fingers, encased in his black battle armor, crack! A sudden wave of freezing cold swept through the arena. The axe, just inches from Alan's head, froze in midair. "Ice crystal," Alan muttered, forming a hand seal. A wall of ice began to rise around him. Chapter 70. Litanka, an F-rank fighter participating in this battle royale, honestly thought he might be able to take down Count Palacio. Of course, this wasn't because he underestimated Alan's strength. No matter how much Alan might be ignorant of the ways of the world, it made no sense to dismiss the already infamous Count Palacio. The reason he thought this was simple, because the Count was a magician. Essentially, magicians needed time to cast spells. The higher the rank of the spell, the shorter the casting time, but there was always a slight delay. And in this confined arena, Litanka knew that this delay would give fighters enough time to strike. That's why, despite his tension, he believed he had a chance. After confirming that Count Palacio was part of this battle royale, Litanka gathered all the other fighters, confident they could take him down together. However, Litanka's arrogance was quickly shattered the moment Alan's magic unfolded. "What though? This is insane." He couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he stared blankly upward. Dozens of ice pillars were entangled, forming a small mountain. At the peak of that mountain the man stood, gazing down at the fighters with no emotion, just cold indifference. While all the fighters held their weapons, paralyzed and unsure of what to do, overwhelmed by the sight, Alan exhaled a frosty breath amidst the chilling cold, watching them. "So far, everything is going according to plan," Alan thought as he formed a hand seal. In truth, before entering today's battle royale, Alan had agonized over which magic to use. He was used to fighting stronger opponents, so most of his spells targeted individuals rather than groups. Knowing he could only cast magic 6 times, he foresaw this situation and, after much deliberation, settled on his strategy. "What I need here is magic that can cover the widest range with enough power to take down F-rank fighters." With that conclusion, he arranged his spells. Wang. Enhance. Soon, a shield formed in the center of the massive iceberg Alan had created. Compress. Following his command, the center of the enormous iceberg compressed into the shape of a large dome. The center of the mountain instantly transformed into a spherical shape, making the structure look unstable. The spectators silently gasped in awe at the sight. The enormous sphere floating at the heart of the iceberg, on the verge of collapse, looked like a magical work of art. But then, vacuum. As soon as Alan spoke again, the shield, which had just been compressed into what looked like a sphere of magical energy, shrank even further. Return to the primordial. With Alan's final words, boom! The iceberg exploded, sweeping away the fighters gathered around it. The fragile snow-capped mountain crumbled with a deafening roar. White dust rose into the air. And when the white cloud settled, what remained on the battlefield was Alan alone. The silence that followed lasted only a moment. The winner of the battle royale is Alan Palacio. The commentator, who had been flustered, quickly regained his composure and announced the result. In his ears, the sound of thunderous cheers began to echo. Alan thought to himself, if it hadn't ended in one shot, It could have been dangerous. He felt the mana hole within him empty, having used more magical power than expected due to the large range of the spell, and broke into a small, cold sweat. Looks like I'll need to practice adjusting the spell arrangement more. One more task had been added to his to-do list. Right after the battle royale ended, Alon, who had instantly been promoted from an F-rank fighter to a D-rank fighter eligible to issue challenges, was thinking about which C-rank fighter he would challenge next. Count. What is it, Evan? You shall send a gift. A gift? Yes. Upon hearing this from Evan, who had been waiting at the guild, Alon quickly made his way to his room and saw a staff placed on the desk. It was the sparrow staff he had been trying to acquire. She sent this as a gift. Yes, she said you'd like it. Evan's words left Alon perplexed as he examined the staff. Even after inspecting it, he confirmed it was indeed the sparrow staff. What is this? His expression turned blank. It was no wonder. From what he knew, access to the colony's treasure vault required one to prove their qualifications as a fighter. The colony's royal family had upheld this tradition since they established the kingdom, so Alon never even considered buying items from the treasure vault with money, knowing it was impossible. Which led him to wonder, how did she manage this? Though curious about how Yusha had acquired the sparrow staff for him, Alon set the question aside for now, deciding to feel grateful toward her. Thanks to her, he had obtained the item he had originally intended to acquire. Since I've exhausted my mana today, I won't be able to use it. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Feeling as if he had received a gift from a well-raised daughter, Alon gripped the sparrow staff in his hand. The next day, as Alon infused mana into the staff, just as it had described. Huss, who are you? Why are you waking me up? A gruff middle-aged man's voice, full of irritation at the world, echoed in his mind. I am Alon Palacio. So what? I was introduced by the Dragonkin. So what? Alon felt a sudden headache, instinctively sensing that the conversation would be difficult, but pressed on. You don't seem to like long conversations, so I'll get straight to the point. I heard you're a mage. Looks like there's still at least one idiot left in this world of morons. I was told by the Dragonkin that you'd reveal your glyphs and phrases to me. Can you do that? What good would knowing that do you? I plan to use them. At Alon's answer, the voice inside the staff let out a deep sigh after a brief silence. I thought you were at least a fool with some knowledge, but it turns out you're just a complete idiot. The middle-aged voice continued, filled with blatant disdain. Hey, idiot, do you really think knowing my glyphs and phrases means you'll be able to use them? If I couldn't use them, I wouldn't have asked. The Dragonkin said you'd explain everything clearly. Stop talking about things you'll never be able to do. You haven't even inherited my mental image, so how could you possibly use my glyphs? The voice in the staff spat out words laced with denial, as if dismissing the entire conversation. Just as Alon fell silent, pondering the situation. Count. Suddenly, Evan burst through the door. What is it? You've received a challenge request. From whom? From an A-rank fighter. The name is Filshin. The Colosseum came to deliver the message. How should I respond? At Evan's question, Alon briefly considered it with some confusion. An A-rank fighter challenging me. It's not impossible, but D-rank fighters were allowed to challenge fighters ranked one tier above them, but A-rank fighters could issue challenges to lower-ranked fighters as they wished. However, it was uncommon for A-rank fighters to challenge lower-ranked fighters. If they didn't fight against others of their own rank, they risked their standing, and if they lost, they would be demoted. The risk was too great. But for Alon, this was an opportunity to rise to the A rank in one swift move, without having to fight several battles. After a brief pause, Alan made his decision. "If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet?" Huh. Alan smiled at the staff. One day later, Filshin, the rank fighter who had issued the challenge to Count Palacio, walked out from the opposite side of the Colosseum's arena, eyeing the man entering the battlefield. As expected, Count Palacio, stepping into the arena amidst thunderous cheers, caught Filshin's gaze. Filshin smirked to himself. In truth, this wasn't a good match for him. As an A-rank fighter, beating Count Palacio, a D-rank fighter, wouldn't bring Filshin any glory, and if he lost, he would be demoted from A-rank to D-rank. But despite that, there was one reason Filshin had issued the challenge to Count Palacio: to generate buzz. It was true that Count Palacio, standing before him, was a D-rank fighter, but his strength had already been proven multiple times through rumors. Moreover, his power was definitively confirmed during the recent Battle Royale, making him even more famous within the colony. In other words, what Filshin wanted was to defeat Alan and steal the spotlight from him. He had heard rumors that the vacant position of Baba Yaga would soon be filled by one of the A-rank fighters, chosen by the royal family. In short, for Filshin, whose goal was to become the next Baba Yaga, this event was a rare opportunity he could not afford to miss. That's why he took the gamble, though he was confident he could defeat the Count. Of course, Filshin wasn't underestimating Count Palacio. As mentioned, there were many rumors about his strength, and he had already proven his power in the Colosseum. Ignoring Count Palacio would be a foolish act, something no fighter should ever do. Especially not fighters. However, there was one reason Filshin was confident. Count Palacio only uses ice magic. Of course, he knew that magicians could use other spells aside from their primary magic. But he also knew that if it wasn't their specialty, the power of those spells would be significantly weaker. Moreover, before sending the challenge, Filshin had thoroughly investigated and confirmed that Alan only used ice magic, which further boosted his confidence. And with good reason. Smirk. His race, the Flameclan, was inherently capable of wielding fire, an element with a strong advantage over ice magic. No matter how powerful Alan's ice magic was, it would naturally weaken in the face of the high-temperature flames Filshin controlled, which brought a smile to his face. And now let the match begin. As soon as the commentator's voice fell, Filshin unleashed his flames. Whoosh! The fire surged, making the already hot ground boil even more, drawing gasps from the audience. At the same time, the cold began to rise from around Alan, threatening to engulf the arena. But, humph! Unfortunately, Alan's frost could not reach where Filshin stood. As I thought. Filshin twisted his lips into a grin and drew his twin swords. How should I finish this? In one strike? Or should I wait for the Count to cast a spell and then finish him? No, I can't drag this out for too long. Better to make it as impactful as possible. Filshin, already thinking as though he had won. But unfortunately for him, his blissful thoughts were cut short. A ray of thunder. The moment Alan uttered a new incantation, it was over. Crackle! Brilliant blue sparks began to surround Alan's body, clearly visible to everyone. Chapter 71. Inside the arena, an intense chill spreads, and blue sparks crackle as they ride the air. To anyone watching, the magic being wielded is clearly abnormal. Disintegrate. At Alan's command, the bursts of sparks transform into glittering blue particles that scatter in all directions. Despite it being broad daylight, the particles glow brightly like fireflies. And then, dissolve. Just moments before, his body had been perfectly intact. Now, even as he stands still, It wavers dizzyingly like a mirage. I. Filshin was already within striking distance of Alan. Leaping forward using searing flames as propulsion, Filshin gripped the sword that had slipped down, aiming at Alan's swaying form. Even if it's unexpected, it's still fine. Though he was startled by Alan using a completely different magic than the anticipated ice magic, Filshin chose to see this as an opportunity. At this moment of spell preparation, the opponent was defenseless. It would have been better to defeat him in a more spectacular fight, but since Alan had begun using a different kind of magic, the odds of victory had dropped exponentially. I'll end it right now. Just as Filshin raised his sword without hesitation to strike. Cycle of all things. Alan's words resounded. At that fleeting moment, Alan's emotionless face was staring directly at him. His body, fingers forming a seal, had suddenly crackle, thunder god form. He became pure blue lightning. And Filshin's thoughts ceased to continue. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Filshin's body crashed into the arena, leaving behind lightning trails that streaked across the field. Crackle! In that brief second, or perhaps even less, everything had happened so fast that no one could grasp what had transpired. The spectators could only witness two things. One was Filshin's body smashing through the arena wall. The other was crackle! Alan, now completely enveloped in lightning, or rather, transformed entirely into lightning itself, cloaked in a blue aura. Crack! With each movement of his black-colored cloak, lightning crackled and scattered in all directions. Tusk! As the ends of the cloak gradually regained their dark hue, the lightning's form shifted back into the figure of Count Alan Palacio. The spectators, who watched the entire scene as if witnessing a gradient fade, were left speechless. The winner is Alan Palacio. When the previously stunned announcer finally spoke, the crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, leaping to their feet and applauding so loudly that the arena seemed to shake. Amid the jubilant noise and wild applause, Alan stood. Damn it! Unable to fully register the crowd's reaction, he muttered a curse under his breath, grimacing as blood began to trickle down his arm beneath his sleeve. I almost died. This was not a figurative statement. He had truly almost died from using the magic just now. It was true that his mana was completely depleted, but that wasn't why he nearly died. The real reason was the magic he had used. Damn! No, it was in the spell itself. Unlike before, Alan could understand the laws of the spell immediately upon using it. No, he had asterisk to understand them. If he hadn't, he wouldn't be standing here. As soon as the magic ended, he could have been broken down into molecules, ceasing to exist in this world. Twisting the laws to convert the body into mana, why does such a crazy spell exist? The spell he used, a ray of thunder, literally converted his body into mana with the properties of electricity. The subsequent phrases were all pre-prepared electrical magic. The process was to fuse, or rather enchant it. Finally, the thunder god form was the magic that manifested the fused spell array. In other words, the magnetic manifestation Sparrow taught him was, quite literally, an incredible spell that transformed the caster into lightning itself. But the reason Alan felt the spell was insane was none other than its difficulty. The thunder god form temporarily transformed the body into lightning, allowing the caster to use its properties directly. However, the issue was that the irregular mana array of lightning, when combined with Alan's body, could easily break down with even the slightest movement. In short, if Alan had no talent for controlling the mana array, he could have been nothing more than colorful fireworks in the arena just now. It hurts like hell. Even after hastily reconstructing his body's array in over a second, There seemed to be areas he couldn't attend to, as the blood flowing beneath his sleeve was steadily increasing. "Sparrow, did you teach me this just to mess with me?" He suddenly recalled Sparrow's staff, which Evan held while watching the match together. "Let's head back first." With the thunderous cheers behind him, Alon returned to the waiting room. "Count, what is it?" "No, I don't think I'll ever be surprised by anything you do again." Evan looked at him with a strange expression, while, what the, how did you do that?" Sparrow's staff, usually full of sneering remarks, trembled with disbelief, its voice shaking. Alon felt a surge of satisfaction behind his impassive expression. "It seems the bet is mine." 1 day later, Alon's reputation as an A-rank fighter, achieved in less than a week, rapidly spread across the entire colony. As a result, there were far more talks about Alon in the colony than any other fighter. Yet the man at the center of these rumors, Alon, was, to the royal castle now master, calmly heading to the colony's royal castle with Xiaorang. The reason was that becoming an A-rank fighter granted him access to the royal treasury. Normally, it would have taken at least a week to gain entry to the treasury. Alon was able to move so swiftly thanks to Xiaorang. "Even if Baba Yaga's power is strong, I didn't expect it to extend its influence to the royal family." As Alon's carriage passed a massive castle wall, he marveled at Xiaorang's abilities. "Hey!" Sparrow spoke directly in his mind, to which Alon responded not verbally, but by channeling mana into the staff as instructed. "Did you forget the bet?" "And no." Sparrow's tone became exasperated, but soon shifted. Count, I would like to ask you something." Sparrow's voice, now small and trembling, was surprisingly polite and refined compared to just a few days ago. "What is it?" "Well, as I mentioned yesterday, would you consider forming a contract with me and succeeding my legacy?" "As I said yesterday, I'm still considering it." "No, this is truly a great opportunity." Isn't it?" Flustered, Sparrow hastily added a respectful suffix. "You Count, no. Your lordship must know from using my laws that they're incredibly powerful. If you just refine it over a few generations, you'll be slapping other wizards 30 times over, seriously." From the moment Alon used Sparrow's laws without having inherited his spirit, Sparrow, following the suggestion of the Yongsan race, had been urging him to become his successor. Successor, huh? In truth, from Alon's perspective of needing to learn magic, accepting this staff as his teacher wasn't such a bad option. Just knowing its phrases and incantations seemed to provide a significant amount of magical knowledge. Even so, Alon avoided giving a clear answer, and the reason was due to the contract Sparrow proposed. Sparrow called it a master-disciple contract, but there was no need to inscribe a magic circle for a contract he didn't fully understand. "Anyway, I'm meeting him tomorrow, so I can ask and decide then." With that in mind, Alon dismissed Sparrow's suggestion for the moment. "Please reconsider seriously just once more." According to you, isn't it impossible for someone who hasn't inherited your spirit to become your successor?" "No, that was really just something I didn't know at the time. I apologize." "No need to apologize. Either way, it would have been difficult for you to find a successor since you're an idiot. You really hold grudges, don't you?" "What did you say?" No, I mean." Because of the bet he lost earlier, Sparrow had to speak respectfully. He continued to desperately urge Alon to become his successor, until Alon left the staff behind in the carriage to enter the royal castle. But all Sparrow learned by then was that Alon's grudges ran deep. I shouldn't have let my temper get the better of me." Left alone in the carriage, Sparrow muttered darkly. It was his own karma. The colony's royal castle had a slightly different atmosphere compared to those of other nations Alan knew. Unlike the typical concept of a royal castle, the interior felt rather rough. There were no sculptures or marble to be found inside, which made it appear somewhat lacking in refinement. Yet despite this, Alan didn't think it was inferior because it was due to the abundance of gold and jewels adorning the rough walls. Walking along the seemingly endless path lined with treasures, Alan finally arrived at the royal throne room with Xiaorang. He knelt and greeted the colony's king, who was looking down at him. The warrior greets the king of the colony. Normally, introducing himself as a noble would have been appropriate, but he came here to enter the treasury, so he introduced himself as a warrior. Raise your head. Upon hearing the solemn voice, Alan raised his head to see the king's face. He was a robust, middle-aged man with prominent features, exuding a sense of authority and confidence. Count Palacio, I found your match to be quite entertaining, very impressive. The colony's king, Carmex's III, laughed heartily as he continued. I heard you wish to enter the treasury. Is there something you desire? Yes, your majesty. Carmex's nodded a few times before saying. Then you should take it. The royal family of the colony opens the treasury to anyone who has proven themselves. Thank you for your generosity. However, I have one more gift to offer you. What do you think? A proposal, your majesty. Yes. He spoke casually. I have a daughter. Yes, your majesty. What do you think? Excuse me. Alan's mind froze. Silence. But only for a moment. Of course, it's up to you whether or not you accept this gift, so take your time to consider. Carmexes maintained his smile. Maxim, take him to the treasury. He then instructed the knight beside him. As Carmexes watched Alan's receding figure, he let out a sigh. Baba Yaga, are you not following him? He noticed that Xiaorang, who had been beside Alan until a moment ago, remained standing in place and asked. Then, hey. The smile Xiaorang had worn just moments earlier had faded into a perfectly blank expression. At last. Enough. Her chilling golden eyes matched the icy words that followed. Chapter 72. This is the place. Maxim, one of the king's royal guards, spoke with a notable intensity, and Alan gazed at the opening door. Once you go inside, you can bring out only one item that you desire. However, if you attempt to sneak out more than one item and are caught. Maxim's gaze turned to Alan. Something unfortunate may occur, so please be cautious about that. It was a slightly unpleasant warning to hear, but Alan nodded lightly. He understood Maxim's perspective. There are always a few who try to cheat during this kind of mission. Of course, there weren't many daring enough to try trickery in the royal treasury, but such individuals did exist. You may enter. With little emotion, Alan stepped inside the treasury. Wow! He couldn't help but let out an exclamation. As expected, the inside of the treasury was filled with various items. From swords, axes, and spears to ornaments and accessories, the room was littered with objects on tables and the floor. It was truly a place befitting the term treasury. However, Alan paid no attention to the weapons or ornaments. Instead, he moved unhesitatingly toward a corner and began searching for an item. He already knew what he intended to take from here. After about 30 minutes, Alan, having rummaged around, finally found the item he sought. What he retrieved from a pile of ornaments and accessories was a small dagger. No, to be more accurate, it was awkward to even call it a dagger. It looked like a long sword made to be wielded by a dwarf. While it could technically function as a dagger, the handle was absurdly thin, making it unsuitable for actual combat, and seemingly only usable as a decorative item. But Alan didn't mind and took it. The seal of the blind one's contract. He recalled the name of the item he held. It wasn't something he needed right away. It would only be useful after passing through Rax's with the ring he received from Heinkel. Now that he had acquired everything he needed, he only had to meet the Dragonkin, hear their explanation, and head to Rax's. With that, he exited the treasury and returned to the king's chamber with Maxim, who had been waiting outside. Although he wished to leave the uncomfortable palace as soon as possible, he had to express his gratitude to the king out of courtesy. Hence, how should I politely decline the matter regarding his daughter? He was contemplating this when he arrived where the king was. The atmosphere felt quite unusual. Although Carmax's, still smiling, didn't exude the same hearty laughter as before Alan went to retrieve the treasure, there was a subtle awkwardness about him. Master. In contrast, Xiaoreng, who had been conversing with the king until a moment ago, was grinning as usual. Have you chosen all the items? To Carmax's strangely awkward question, Alan bowed. Yes, thank you for your grace. All right then, let's be off. Oh, and about what I mentioned earlier, forget it. It was just a joke. Ah, yes. With a forced hearty laugh, Carmax's continued. Then, I look forward to seeing you again next time. With those words, he dismissed Alan, and the audience ended without even a simple ritual of showing the king the item brought from the treasury and offering gratitude. Alan was simply bewildered. Xiaoreng. What's up, master? Suddenly curious about another matter, Alan asked the grinning Xiaoreng. It didn't seem like you paid any formal respect to the king when we met him. Is that all right? It's fine. So the king must have allowed it. That's right, it's fine. Seeing Xiaoreng nod as if it was nothing, Alan felt another peculiar feeling. No matter how informal it is, shouldn't she have shown respect to the king? Of course, Alan couldn't be certain since such details weren't described in detail in Psychedelia, so he decided to let the topic pass lightly. By the way, did you discuss anything with the king? Just ordinary things. Ordinary. Just, the usual. Stuff about meals, things to keep in mind, that kind of stuff. I see. Yep. With Xiaoreng's lively response, Alan shrugged as he got into the carriage. Well, if it's the same as before, then it probably wasn't because of Xiaoreng. I guess the strange atmosphere was just my imagination. Instead of heading to Xiaoreng's guild, Alan's carriage made its way directly to the ruins outside the colony. Having acquired everything he needed, it was now time to meet the Dragonkin and hear the story he missed last time. Thus, bypassing the guild, Alan traveled with Xiaoreng to their destination, arriving there by the afternoon. All right then, I'll be back. Okay, I'll be waiting, master. Xiaoreng waved both hands enthusiastically as she saw him off. With her send-off and the still pleading voice of Sparrow, who kept begging Alan to become his successor, he reached the central tower. You have arrived. I have been waiting for you. Once again, as soon as he ascended to the upper floor, he encountered it, surrounded by rows of bookshelves. Is there a time limit on your manifestation this time as well? There's no need to worry about that. We have sufficient time to talk. I see, but why haven't you kept your promise? Promise? You're not going to pretend you don't know, are you? When Alan questioned its feigned ignorance, it let out a sound like a cornered animal caught in a lie, and then muttered softly. Master, is this enough now? I'll let it slide this time. Why did I ever make such a foolish promise in the first place, Tilda? With a sigh at Alan's words, it glanced at Sparrow's staff and replied. But you're more capable than I expected. I didn't think you would already possess the staff. Have you tried using magic with it? Yes. How about self-summoning? I succeeded, but it was more dangerous than necessary. Alan spoke calmly. Hearing this, the dragonkin seemed momentarily stunned. To think you actually succeeded, I'm at a loss for words. It let out a faint laugh. Then, Mage, you tell me, did the wizard truly succeed in self-summoning? As if wanting confirmation, the question was directed not at Alan, but at the staff. Why, yes, that's correct. Alan wore a puzzled expression. Just before entering the tower, Sparrow had been chattering noisily, but now he answered in a tense tone. Alan briefly wondered at the completely different attitude, reminiscent of a mouse in front of a cat, compared to what he had seen over the past few days. Good, very good. It smiled as if highly pleased, nodding repeatedly. There's something I wish to tell you right away and some things you need to know, but everything must be done in order. Since there are already delayed matters, let's start by addressing those. Looking at Alan, it continued. What do you wish to know? I'll tell you everything that can be discussed at this point. Alan pondered its question. There were many things he wanted to ask, but now that the opportunity had come, he was unsure where to begin. After a moment of indecision, Alan finally spoke. Last time, you said I would need mind resonance to hear this story. That's right, it responded. What exactly is this mind resonance? Alan's first question was about mind resonance. That, of course. The being, wearing a curious smile as if there was no need for further explanation, responded. Is divine status. While Alan was listening to the conversation, Carmax's III was sighing deeply in the office of the royal palace in Colony, reflecting on the events from earlier. I've never seen such a diverse range of reactions before. Carmax's thought about Xiaoring. Until now, he had never seen that Xiaoring wearing a bright smile. The expression on her face had always been neutral whenever he encountered her, whether in the Colosseum or the royal palace. So Xiaoring's change in expression was a peculiar sight to Carmax's, though he did not show it. That wasn't all. Enough. Carmax's recalled Xiaoring's voice. As soon as Count Palacio left, she had dropped her casual expression and delivered a cold declaration in a stern tone. He remembered feeling breathless at that moment and let out a faint, bitter laugh. Xiaoring's behavior was clearly rebellious by any standard. Even though she was accepted as the first Baba Yaga and permitted to use informal speech, displaying hostility toward the king, especially to the extent of emitting a chilling killing intent, was undeniably a rebellious act. Yet despite Xiaoring's actions, Carmax's dared not say anything to her. There were two reasons for this. First, Carmax's was well aware of Xiaoring's strength. Not just her well-known power as the first Baba Yaga, the Golden Flash, but her true strength. In Colony, which still had two vacant Baba Yaga positions, Xiaoring's overwhelming power was indispensable. The second reason was that Carmax's had tried to use his royal authority to exploit Count Palacio, even though he knew full well that Palacio was Xiaoring's master. Marriage in the upper class is typically a political tool. Thus, Carmax's initial suggestion to gift his daughter to Count Palacio was intended as a beneficial proposition in some way. If Palacio declined, Carmax's could create an unofficial debt. And if Palacio accepted, he could leverage the Count's rising fame and promising future. Count Palacio's renown had been spreading considerably in Colony lately. However, the real reason Carmax's wanted to recruit Palacio was that he was Xiaoring's master. If he could bring Palacio to his side, he would gain better control over the unpredictable first Baba Yaga. Additionally, he had learned that Palacio was connected to Yusha Bloodia, a significant figure currently wielding great influence in the Holy Kingdom of Rosario, which is why Carmaxes made such a proposal, even if it was a bit reckless. I didn't expect her to be that defiant. Carmaxes thought about Xiaoring once again. He was aware that her attitude toward him was not ordinary. However, despite using informal speech, Xiaoring had never once crossed any unnecessary boundaries in the past. That's why. Just who is he? As Carmaxes found himself puzzled by Elan once more, and tilted his head in curiosity. Your Majesty, the Cardinal requests an audience. Let her in. The voice from outside interrupted Carmaxes' thoughts. Normally, he would have continued to ponder, but given the kingdom's need for support from the Holy Kingdom, he was in no position to refuse the Cardinal's request. That was why, even previously, he had been forced to break the kingdom's tradition and grant one of the treasury's treasures to her instead of a warrior. Your Majesty, Yusha, the Cardinal of the Holy Kingdom, entered and bowed lightly in greeting. As Carmaxes prepared to return her greeting, he felt something was off. Yusha, who had never lost her smile during their many conversations about support, now wore a blank expression, her mouth set in a flat line as if all emotion had drained from her face. Did something happen? Carmaxes was momentarily confused. Yusha, expressionless, walked into the office and approached him directly. Your Majesty, I have heard something I wish to ask you about, if that's all right. What is your question? Well, I heard that you tried to give Count Palacio, no, my lord, a troublesome gift. Is that true? She began, and then Carmaxes saw it. Her red eyes. Carmaxes could not read any emotion in those eyes. They were utterly devoid of expression. In one sense they appeared calm, in another they seemed indifferent. Will you answer me? Despite her lack of apparent emotion, Carmaxes suddenly felt a cold sweat trickle down the hand that gripped his pen. His body instinctively reacted, even though no discernible feeling emanated from her, like he was facing a being he should never encounter. Carmaxes, feeling a mixture of confusion and uncertainty, instinctively recalled one crucial fact. Her change was related to Count Palacio. That's why. Just who is that man? What is his true identity? The king of Colony, Carmaxes, felt even more burdened by his growing confusion, once again reaffirming that Count Palacio's identity could not possibly be ordinary. Chapter 73. Divine status, you say? Yes, it's divine status. What else could it be? Hearing the words of the dragonkin, Elan wore a perplexed expression. He had considered the concept of divine status before, recalling words spoken by supernatural beings in the past, but he had always dismissed the thought. The reason was simple. There was no logical basis for him to attain divine status. As Elan pondered this, he soon opened his mouth to ask a question. Then, why did you tell me to deal with the outer god? Your question is unclear. Didn't you say that I had to deal with the outer god before you would tell me anything? But from what I know, divine status cannot be obtained by killing a god. In the setting he knew, killing a god in psychedelia did not grant one divine status or allow for its absorption. In other words, killing the outer god in Lartania would not elevate one's status. Well, you're not wrong. A normal human cannot absorb divine status even if they kill a god. It nodded affirmatively in response. Then why did you? However, just as Elan was about to express his confusion, it interrupted him. That only applies when the one who kills the god is an ordinary human. What? Perplexed by its next words, Elan asked again, and it seemed to be deep in thought before finally speaking. Let me ask you in return, why do you think humans cannot obtain divine status even when they kill gods? That's because It's because humans lack status. To put it in simpler terms, they don't have the right vessel. It continued. In contrast, if there is a vessel, a human can also contain divine status. A vessel, you say? When I say vessel, it's not that profound. It's simply faith. Faith. It seemed to find the right word and then spoke. For mortals, faith is a more relatable term. So, if one has faith, even an ordinary human can gain divine status. Exactly, and you do have faith. That's why I asked you to deal with that being. You have a small capacity to contain divine status. Is that a sufficient answer? It asked, resting its chin on its hand. Alan was still bewildered. I understand the words, but why do I have faith? Isn't it strange to ask me that question? True, but could you be mistaken? Impossible. You certainly possess divine status. If you didn't have the vessel or the status, you wouldn't even be able to look me in the eyes. I suppose that makes sense. Alan nodded at its words, but remained somewhat doubtful. Is it because of my fame? Even by his own assessment, Alan had become quite well known in the United Kingdoms. He wasn't so famous that his mere face would be recognized, but his name would be. Still, fame was one thing, faith was another. That makes no sense. Why do I have faith? Alan frowned, deep in thought, but he soon set it aside, realizing it wasn't something he could resolve right away. Looks like there's something else I need to figure out. He then refocused on the fact that he had somehow gained divine status and asked another question. So will I also gain powers? Chinese letter. As he understood it, the gods of this world were granted powers, Chinese letter, once acknowledged as gods. The abilities obtained through divine status were overwhelmingly powerful. So with hopeful expectations, Alan looked at it and asked, regrettably, your divine status isn't that significant. Are there ranks even among divine statuses? Isn't that obvious? To put it simply, your divine status is comparable to that of a local deity from a remote region, with a population of fewer than 500. But I vanquished 2 outer gods. Even if you eliminated 2 of them, you can't absorb all of their status. And to be precise, you didn't destroy them completely. You only temporarily removed them. I see. With a brief sigh, Alan listened to the explanation. The dragonkin spoke with a hint of curiosity. Still, it is a bit peculiar. The reason you were able to subdue Ulthaltus back then was likely because you had status. How could you have not known that you possessed it? Alan finally understood why he was able to capture Ulthaltus just before it fully manifested and responded with a low exclamation. Even so. How strange. In fact, there are many things that can occur without status, yet you remained unaware of it. The being seemed genuinely intrigued, murmuring something too soft for Alan to hear. I can't hear you well. Oh, it's nothing. Realizing something, the dragonkin deferred the matter to another time. Anyway, that's not what's important here. The important thing is that you've gained at least minimal status, allowing you to see the truth. It shrugged. Let's continue the cue, and what else do you want to know? With this prompt, Alan moved on to his next question. Starting with the concept of status, Alan asked the being about faith and other questions he had compiled. He had many questions at the moment. Unfortunately, among all these questions, there was only one for which Alan received a clear answer. The term for the lost great god's beast kin, and the mage referred to as Madosa. That was it. He obtained no other information. If you're not able to answer this much, was there any point in me gaining status? Alan spoke in a slightly exasperated tone, but the being merely shrugged. Don't be too discouraged. It's not that I don't want to answer. Then why aren't you explaining anything? Why not talk about the true name, the successor of Will, or even the reason why Ulthultus sent me here? Alan listed the questions he had prepared, and the being responded. There are two reasons. Let's hear them. First, all your questions are essentially about the same topic. In other words, the questions will be answered once you see the truth. Once I see. Now that you possess status, you will be able to see, but you'll need to go to the abyss. So, instead of answering here, I need to go to the abyss. Yes, once you look into the truth there, you will understand everything you've asked. Your efforts have not been in vain. Without status, one doesn't even have the right to see the truth, it continued. Alan looked at the being and responded. Is that why you're not giving me answers? Because I'll understand everything once I see it. No, it's not because I'm lazy or unwilling to share information. Then, at Alan's question, the being fell silent for a moment before letting out a small sigh. Because they are watching. They are. Yes, those entities that lurked in the pitch-black darkness, gnawing at the roots of history and pushing the past into the abyss. Those that once brought about the fall of the gods' era. The dragonkin clicked his tongue briefly and added, "Will rise again. This is why I cannot speak directly about the past." Alan stared intently at the being. Even though its face was simply marked by black and white distinctions of eyes, nose, and mouth, Alan could tell that it was telling the truth. How do I get to this abyss you mentioned? In response, the being handed Alan a necklace with a black tree symbol, as if it had been waiting for the question. This is. Take it to the last remaining mermaid on the eastern shore. She will naturally guide you there. Hearing this, Alan quietly examined the necklace and then nodded. The eastern shore was, in any case, the location of Rax's, where he intended to go after this meeting. I'll go then. You've made a wise decision. Just as Alan was about to turn away, he remembered something and turned back. What is it? There's one more question I haven't asked yet. Ask away. If it's something I can answer, I will. Ulthultus said I was recognized by the black one and the blue one. Can you explain what that means? Alan's question made the being pause for a moment before replying with a curious look. After a brief silence, it seemed to realize something and grinned. Oh, I see. Just think of it as recognition from a mighty god. And with that explanation, the conversation seemed to conclude. By the way, if you're interested, I can enhance Sparrow's staff for you, but you'd only be able to receive it in about 2 years. 2 years, why? It'll take that long to make it useful, and for me to regain enough strength to have a proper conversation again. Is that so? Indeed. Right afterward, the Sparrow's staff, which had been silent until now, spoke in a pitiful voice. I actually enjoy being by Alan's side. Wouldn't it be better if I could assist a bit more? Though its eyes weren't visible, its plea was filled with sincerity. Alan glanced at the staff. I'll allow it. Wait, Alan. No count, hello. As Alan finally set the staff down and turned to leave, the being called out again. Wait, I have one more thing to tell you. Something else. Yes, it's about your magic. Listen to this before you go, it won't take long. And with that, the being continued its explanation. After hearing the full story from the dragonkin, Alan rejoined Sialrang, who had been waiting for a long time, and returned to the colony. The next day, he began preparations to head to Rax's. In truth, there wasn't much to prepare. Since he planned to move with a caravan departing today, all he needed was food and a few emergency supplies. Soon enough, he was ready, but unexpectedly, Yusha came to visit upon hearing that Alan was leaving the colony. What surprised him even more was the presence of King Carmax's III of the colony himself, accompanied by soldiers, to see Alan off at the north gate. Your Majesty, what brings you here? I wanted to see you off. The king of the colony, Carmex's III, had come personally to greet Alon. And what is this? I was told it's a gift from His Majesty. A gift for me? Yes, isn't that right, Your Majesty? 2 carts loaded with gold and jewels were waiting there. Yes, that's correct. It's a gift from me. Alon looked at Carmex's, who responded to Yusha with a broader smile than ever. Alon, finding it a bit excessive, expressed his surprise. This is a bit too much, though. Alon wasn't one to refuse money. In fact, he believed the more money, the better. The sight of carts piled high with treasures made his jaw drop. However, it was clearly too extravagant a gift for him to accept. It seemed excessive for a mere token of favor, especially given that the giver was royalty, suggesting some political motive he couldn't grasp. He subtly declined the king's offer. Haha, don't overthink it, just accept it comfortably. But still this is. Don't worry, it's purely given out of affection for you with no strings attached. I'd really like you to accept it. Really, truly accept it. Seeing Carmaxes speak with such a strangely desperate expression, Alon couldn't help but nod awkwardly. And so on that day, Alon took part in the journey, accompanied by 2 carts filled with gold and jewels. As Alon departed, a small smile appeared on Yusha's lips. And then, I'm glad to see that the negotiations seem to be moving in a positive direction. Indeed. As Carmaxes met Yusha's red eyes, he was reminded once again of what he had realized the day before. No matter what happens, the Count of Palacio must not be provoked. How exhausting! In front of Carmaxes' eyes, the phantom of the magic herb he had quit 13 years ago seemed to shimmer. Chapter 74. About a week and 5 days had passed since leaving the colony. Then, I look forward to seeing you again next time, Count. Indeed. Leaving behind the head merchant, who bowed deeply with a folder-like gesture, Alon decided to return to the Palacio Count's estate first. This was because he couldn't take the treasure wagon he received from the colony along on the upcoming journey. So he headed back to the Count's estate, stored both wagons, and immediately set off toward Lartania. If the path to Lartania had been entirely opposite to the route to Raxus, he would have proceeded to his destination without hesitation. Fortunately, Lartania lay along the way to Raxus. Even though it wasn't the shortest detour, he was willing to endure it and set off on another journey. 5 days later. Count. As Alon blankly gazed at the leisurely forest, Evan, who was driving the wagon, suddenly asked a question. What is it? It's nothing special, but you seem to have something on your mind lately. Does it look that way? Yes, you've been lost in thought quite often recently, haven't you? Alon remained silent for a moment before responding to Evan's remark. Seems like it. Is it because of what you mentioned before, that you had something to think about? At Evan's words, Alon thought, that's part of it, yes. However, what had been preoccupying Alon's thoughts lately was not related to faith. Of course, he was curious about why he suddenly possessed the capacity to harness power, but there simply wasn't enough information to ponder or deduce anything alone. Currently, Alon's focus was not on faith, but rather on the last words spoken by the Dragonkin. 2 possibilities. He recalled the Dragonkin's discussion about magic at that time. As you know, a mage's magic fundamentally requires imagination to be used. This is an unchanging law and truth, as certain and natural as the sun rising and setting. Yet you seem to ignore it effortlessly. Alon remembered the Dragonkin extending its sharp, unusual index and middle fingers, different from those of humans. The law is immutable. It cannot be changed and must not be changed. Thus, I think you fall into one of 2 possibilities. One is that you, standing here before me, are an existence beyond my imagination. And the other is that you simply don't remember. Recalling the dragonkin's farewell words, Alan clicked his tongue. No matter how I think about it, neither seems right. Obviously, Alan wasn't some inhuman being. If he were, as the dragonkin suggested, he wouldn't be struggling like this in the first place. Yet the second suggestion regarding memory didn't resonate with Alan either. He had never lived during the age of forgotten gods, when mages were known to exist. Even in the game, the age of forgotten gods was merely part of the lore, while Babylonian phrases and beast folk were merely means to enhance magic attack power, never fully explored. In other words, Alan had learned even a bit about imagination only through his conversation with the dragonkin. As a result, when Alan initially asked the dragonkin if there were any other possibilities, the dragonkin firmly stated that there were no other options beyond the two mentioned. Why is it that as time passes, I learn more about things I didn't know rather than uncovering hidden truths? Alan sighed briefly, but then shrugged. According to the dragonkin, when he eventually reached Raxus, he would finally see the truth of this world. Of course, to him, seeing the world's truth was less important than predicting whether this truth would bring danger to the world. After all, his ultimate goal, both then and now, was to lead a peaceful life. A peaceful life. Evan, hearing Alan's quiet mutter amidst the sound of rolling wheels, spoke up. Do you wish to live a peaceful life? Indeed. For someone who says that, your life doesn't seem very peaceful. I'm just a bit busy at the moment. I don't think things will be any different in a few years. Alan didn't respond. Deep down, he knew Evan's words weren't entirely off the mark. Evan, yes. For dinner tonight, just eat some sweet potatoes. What? But thinking and saying are two different things, so Alan, revealing a small hint of annoyance, looked outside the wagon. Contrary to Alan's state of mind, the scenery outside was as peaceful as ever. It was a late sunset kind of day. A few more days later, upon arriving in Lartania, Alan decided to stop by a nearby shop to buy a suitable gift before heading to Murd. He didn't expect to get the artifact appraisal for free, but he believed it was only polite to bring a gift or two when visiting someone's home. Additionally, he regretted not having brought a gift the last time he rushed out to handle an outer god. Recalling the worn-out fountain pen in Rhine's office, Alan stopped by a shop to buy one. While searching for something that wasn't too extravagant but also didn't look cheap, he overheard some rumors. Have you heard? Heard what? One of the triumvirate has died again. I heard about that too. You mean Vima, right? Yeah, that's the one. Considering the bribes he pocketed, he kind of deserved it. But with Reet, another member of the triumvirate, dead as well. Only Rhine is left. That's why there's such an uproar. Why is that? I heard this from somewhere, but the rumor is that she killed all the members of the triumvirate. Why? How did such a rumor start? It's not entirely clear, but they say they had a confrontation recently. Apparently, someone insulted her godfather. It was a rather unsettling rumor. Deus Macallion, known as the second sword among Caliban's 5 swords, was incredibly famous within the country. Although unofficial and unrecorded, the fact that he had already defeated Reinhardt was widely known throughout Caliban. Despite his glowing reputation and overwhelming charisma, there were whispers in the background about his suspicious fondness for magic, even though he was a master knight. Some even claimed that, during his knightly sword training, he would sometimes assume peculiar stances and mimic casting spells when no one was watching. Nevertheless, Deus Macallion's fame was so overwhelming that such strange rumors could hardly diminish it. However, not everyone viewed this situation favorably. One of these skeptics was the Prince of Caliban. Prince Tyrion, the second Prince of Caliban and the son of King Pomarian IV, was not pleased with the current situation. This was mainly because of his bad blood with Deus Macallion. Of course, this strained relationship was entirely his own doing. Unlike the first prince who was deemed suitable for the throne, Tyrion was known as the palace's troublemaker. In the past, he had tried to approach Deus Macallion's only sister with crude, indecent remarks. As a result, he was humiliated in a duel, sanctioned by the king, where he was severely beaten. This incident left Tyrion with deep resentment toward Deus. Tusk. Despite his reluctance to think about Deus, Tyrion's thoughts turned to him today because of a secretive request he had received. The request was to apply political pressure on Count Palacio. Fulfilling the request was not particularly challenging. In fact, it was something Tyrion had to do. Despite his notorious behavior, Tyrion was able to maintain his faction, largely thanks to the item provided by the person who made the request. Moreover, the request itself wasn't particularly difficult. Applying political pressure on Count Palacio without cause was risky for Tyrion. After all, Count Palacio was a noble of the Asturian kingdom, not of Caliban. Even though Caliban and Asteria were united under a confederation, it was still a delicate matter to interfere with another nation's nobility in this manner. However, there was one reason why Tyrion considered it easy to pressure Count Palacio. The person who sent the letter provided reasonable information that would make it seem natural for the second prince of Caliban to exert such pressure. In other words, Tyrion could apply pressure on Count Palacio without significant risk. Furthermore, by doing so, he could put the sender of the letter in a position of slight indebtedness to him. The real problem was the close relationship between Count Palacio and Deus Macallion. To be more precise, it was troubling that Deus Macallion seemed to be unusually fond of Count Palacio. HMPH. Tyrion knew that during the Five Swords meetings, whenever the topic of mages came up, Deus would soon begin talking about Count Palacio's greatness for nearly an hour. Tyrion was aware of this because he regularly received reports from one of the swords allied with his faction. Recently, Deus had even been abruptly praising Count Palacio, saying things like, "Why does Count Palacio always come to mind?" This left Tyrion in a dilemma. Opposing Count Palacio was insignificant compared to the potential benefits. For Tyrion, who despised Deus, it was the perfect opportunity to undermine someone Deus adored. Yet Tyrion hesitated. He was unsure what Deus Macallion might do once he learned of this move. Despite his fame, Deus was like a mad dog. After pondering for a while, Tyrion finally made a decision. No matter how crazy he is, he can't possibly act. A sly grin spread across Tyrion's face. The only reason Deus Macallion had been able to beat and humiliate him before was that he had just cause. Without just cause, even a mad dog like Deus Macallion wouldn't be able to touch him. Despite his reduced influence and diminished trust from the current king, Tyrion was still Caliban's second prince. To harm him without any justification would be nothing short of madness, and Deus knew that as well. So Tyrion was convinced that Deus wouldn't dare make a move. At least until the day before. Boom! With a blank expression, Tyrion stared ahead. The door to the office of the palace annex where he was staying had been shattered, and a man stood there. Holding a wooden sword in one hand, the man was none other than Deus Macallion. "The sword of Caliban greets the successor of the Five Swords," he said, his eyes burning with fierce intensity. "I've come to ask you something." He had come for Tyrion. Chapter 75. Tyrion looked at Deus in disbelief. He had shattered the office door of the detached palace and strode in without hesitation, looking like a madman to anyone who saw him. Tyrion tried to speak immediately, but he soon realized that it was pointless. The knights, who should have always been on standby for him, were lying collapsed in front of the broken door. Aghast, Tyrion looked at Deus Macallion with an expression that conveyed his confusion. "What in the world are you doing?" "I merely came to ask something." "Ask what?" "I heard you are framing Count Palacio. Is that true?" Deus asked with a cold, piercing gaze, and Tyrion momentarily fell silent. What a murderous aura! No matter how unruly he may be, he's still a knight. But this aura from Deus wasn't something he was deliberately exuding. It was simply a natural part of him, Tyrion realized, his face reflecting both surprise and a slight frown. "So what is it?" "I would like you to retract your decision." At Deus' words, Tyrion stared into his eyes. "Huh?" He let out a hollow laugh. "Why should I do that?" Deus continued to gaze at Tyrion intently. The subtle pressure of his killing intent weighed on Tyrion, who soon grasped the situation and twisted his lips in disdain, as if thinking, "What nonsense is this? Are you threatening me right now?" "I mean it literally. I have no intention of inciting a rebellion or making threats. I merely—" "Merely what?" "Wanted to inform you that the successor might die due to the architectural issues of this detached palace." The words, "That's a threat, you bastard," rose to Tyrion's throat, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. Deus's eyes clearly belonged to someone speaking the truth. This guy is serious. As cold sweat trickled down his back, Deus spoke again. "So, can you reconsider your decision?" "And if I do?" Thinking Deus wouldn't dare do anything so absurd, Tyrion spoke, but upon hearing his response, Deus simply murmured, "Is that so?" as if regretting something. He then casually swung his hand. Crack! A purple line extended across the entire detached palace. Soon, as the intertwined lines spread like a spider's web throughout the palace. Kriak tilde. An ominous sound that should never be heard in such a grand palace began to echo. The crack on the 8th pillar, which has been there for 18 years, suddenly gave way under the impact and collapsed. A voice, as if reading from a textbook, rang out. Deus, looking at Tyrion with a deeply regretful expression, prepared to clench his fist, as if signaling that negotiations were over. Wait a moment. What's wrong?" "I retract it, I will retract it." At Tyrion's urgent shout, the once trembling royal palace suddenly fell silent, as if nothing had happened. It seems there's not much of an issue after all. Hearing these words, Tyrion, who had an expression that seemed to say, "What kind of madman is this?" let out a heavy sigh. "If I can just survive this situation somehow," he thought secretly to himself. However, Deus, reverting to his usual indifferent expression, spoke up. "Then we'll need to align our stories." "What?" "The reason I had to enter the palace so violently is because the heir harassed my younger sister." Tyrion's jaw dropped at those words, as if he couldn't believe it. "Fine, let's go with that," he eventually agreed with a nod. After all, he had no intention of giving in to Deus's demands from the start. "Once I get through this, I'll find a way to deal with him," he thought to himself, already plotting to use the situation to his advantage and bring Deus down once he left. A sly smile crept onto his face, but Deus continued. "Oh, and just to clarify, if you're thinking of any other ideas, you might want to reconsider." Unfortunately, Tyrion's vicious plan was cut short by Deus's next words. "Unless, of course, you want the rumor about the heir's deep involvement with foreign underworld organizations to spread." "How do you know?" It was a devastating blow. For Tyrion, who still coveted the throne, it was a story that could never reach the royal palace, let alone the king's ears. And with that, Deus concluded, "I trust you'll make the right choice." Having said everything he intended to say, Deus turned and left the palace. Tyrion, left alone, stared blankly at the exit. Erg! In a fit of rage, he grabbed his office chair and smashed it against the wall. About a day later, a rumor spread throughout the royal palace. The scoundrel prince had harassed Deus Macallion's younger sister. Meanwhile in Caliban, Alan managed to meet Rhine and Murd without the difficulties of his previous visit, and was finally able to get the insignia appraised, which had been his original goal. Here it is, Godfather. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you, Godfather. Seeing you happy makes me happy as well. Receiving the insignia from Rhine, Alan noticed her lightly fiddling with a fountain pen, her lips curling into a slight smile, and he nodded in satisfaction. I should have brought it sooner if I knew she'd be this pleased. Seeing Rhine's subtle smile, Alan thought to himself, is it just me, or is her expression a bit more lively than before? Perhaps it was due to her unusually good mood, but the emotions on her face were more apparent than they had been during his last visit. The thought was fleeting, though, as Alan recalled something he had heard earlier. However, he soon shrugged it off. There's no way Rhine would do such a thing. At least from his perspective, Rhine didn't seem like someone who would kill over mere insults. That's not possible, right? Suddenly, Alan thought of the son of the Lord of Lartania. Some time passed, and Alan stood up. Then, let's wrap things up a bit earlier today. You're leaving already, Godfather? Yes, I have some business that requires me to move quickly. Confirming that the sun was still high in the sky, Alan decided to part ways with Rhine earlier than usual. With the insignia appraisal complete, he had no more reason to stay in Lartania. As he prepared to leave, Alan suddenly uttered, "Ah. What's wrong, Godfather? Is it possible to get an artifact like this?" After he explained what he needed, Rhine pondered for a moment and then nodded. Yes, I should be able to get that type of artifact right away. Shall I get it for you? Please do. She moved quickly and returned shortly with a box containing the artifact he had requested. Here it is, Godfather. Thank you. How much do I owe you? No need to pay. It wasn't that expensive to begin with. Please consider it a gift. Hearing her words, Alan paused briefly before nodding in understanding. Then I'll gratefully accept it. Yes, Godfather. If you ever need anything else, please let me know anytime. Thank you for your consideration. With that final exchange, Alan wrapped up his brief stay in Lartania and set off once again. And, watching Alan's carriage gradually disappear into the distance, Rhine turned to look at the Lord's castle of Lartania beyond. Not much time left. She muttered quietly. It was the 5th day since leaving Lartania, with only about a day's travel left to reach the port city of Raxus. The sea. It's the sea. The sea came into view outside the window. As the ocean gradually appeared beyond the forest, Alan gazed blankly at the scenery. Stop! A man suddenly stepped in front of the carriage. Wearing a pointed hat, the symbol of a wizard, a blue-haired boy with an exceedingly arrogant expression spoke to Evan. You there, hand over some food. Evan was baffled by the boy, who had abruptly appeared in the middle of the forest, and started speaking informally. Perhaps the boy found Evan's confused expression displeasing. Can't you hear me? The boy furrowed his brows and raised his voice even more. Hearing the commotion outside, Alan stuck his head out of the window to see the boy blocking the carriage. Oh, are you the master here? I was having trouble communicating with the servant, but this is perfect. Can you spare some food? The boy made his request for food as if it were the most natural thing in the world, his face brightening. Alan was briefly taken aback by the audacity, but soon asked, Who are you? With an exaggerated hem, the boy made a smug expression and declared, I am Felon, a third-rank wizard affiliated with the Tower of the Blue Wizard. He introduced himself in a highly dramatic tone. Alon's jaw dropped at Felon's self-satisfied attitude, which only made Felon act even bolder. You probably know that receiving a favor from a wizard is a rare opportunity, and now that precious opportunity has come to you. Is that so? Indeed, though it may be immodest to say, I am undeniably a genius, even if not on the same level as my elder sister. So you should buy my favor with food, Felon declared boldly. As Alon pondered what to do with this kid. Hey Felon, I told you not to rush off on your own. A familiar voice called out from the nearby bushes. Though Alon hadn't heard it in quite some time, he instantly recognized its owner. Turning toward the bushes, Alon saw Pina emerge. Are you seriously going to keep acting on your own? I swear, I'll beat some sense into you, she shouted at Felon in frustration. But when she spotted Alon's face sticking out of the carriage window, her body instantly froze. Elder sister, don't worry, we'll get some food now. Felon, oblivious to the situation, started to speak again. Crack. Gah. Pinia's eyes widened as she swung her staff at Felon's head with lightning speed. Felon collapsed face first into the ground. Then, I am so sorry, ye. Pinia fell to the ground, bowing deeply in apology. Alon and Evan could only stare in stunned silence. Chapter 76. Felon Chryson is a genius. Even at a young age, he had already reached the 3rd tier, a level of talent recognized without dispute by any magician. However, unfortunately, Felon Chryson's name isn't well known. This is because Felon Chryson's talent could not match that of his sister, Pina Chryson. In other words, his brilliance was overshadowed by the even greater talent of his sister. Nevertheless, Felon did not resent Pina. Instead, he admired her. She effortlessly performed magic that he could not easily achieve. Seeing Pina already recognized as the Vice-Tower Master of the Blue Tower at such a young age, Felon even felt a sense of pride. He was proud to be of the same lineage as Pina Chryson. Proud that Pina Chryson, who had become the Vice-Tower Master at a young age, was his sister. And so to someone like him. It's been a while. Yes, it's been a while. How have you been? Yes, of course. The situation that was unfolding before him was beyond surreal. It was utterly shocking. So what brings you here? Oh well, it's because the Tower Master mentioned there was something to do in Rax's Tilda. Felon stood agape as he watched Pina awkwardly smile, something completely out of character for her, who typically behaved arrogantly with everyone except the Tower Master. He had never seen Pina act that way toward anyone. Wow, what doesn't make sense? Evan, who was sitting in the carriage, asked as Felon muttered to himself. However, Felon remained in shock, as if he couldn't hear a thing. My sister, can she even speak formally like that? It was as if he had witnessed his proud sister compromising with the world, leaving him with a blank expression. But then, just yesterday, she slapped a noble heir 3 times and froze him with ice magic for being insolent, didn't she? And a few days ago, when a merchant group tried to scam her, she destroyed all their carriages, froze the guards who came later, and even stormed the Lord's castle to make a scene, didn't she? As Felon continued to recount Pinia's outrageous behavior, Evan thought to himself. As expected, there are many crazy wizards. Admiring his troublemaking sister, or being that troublemaking sister, Felon and Pina were both equally bewildering. As Evan was once again updating his prejudices against wizards after hearing this wild story. So that guy is your brother? Yes, I am truly sorry. He has been holed up in the tower all his life, so he knows nothing about the world. At this response, Alon calmly replied to the bowing Pina. There's no need to bow like that. It seems like he simply didn't know, so I understand. Thank you. Pina bowed again and sighed in relief. Sister, why on earth are you speaking so formally? Just as Felon, who had been looking disheartened, finally managed to speak up, his words were cut short. Shut up. Smack. Before he could even finish his sentence, Pina began to mercilessly strike him with her staff. For a moment there was silence. I am sorry, the kid is still very young. As Pina approached and apologized again, leaving behind the flinching Felon, Alon was reminded that she was sometimes portrayed as a bit of a morally corrupt character in the game settings. No, it's fine. Besides, if you're heading to Rax's, our destination is the same, so let's go together. No, there's no need for that. Do you not want to? And no, it's not that, it's just, Pina, who had been violently thrashing Felon with her staff like a demon just a moment ago, began darting her eyes around, gauging the situation. It was as if a mouse trapped in front of a cat was trying desperately to find a way to escape. If you really don't want to, we don't have to go together. And no, it's just. Alon was simply trying to be courteous, but Pina suddenly shuddered and murmured as if the thought gave her chills. I'll go. Is that so? You really don't have to if you'd rather not. Alon confirmed again, seeing Pina's less than thrilled expression. And no, please let me join you. Unlike before, when she hesitated about accompanying them, Pina now seemed determined to make it clear that she wanted to go. Her slightly desperate face gave off the feeling of having been coerced, leaving Alon with a strange sense of guilt. All right then, let's go. With Felon still trembling in tow, Alon set off toward Rax's, during which Pina shared two stories. First, about why the two of them had been foraging for food in the middle of the road. It seemed they had a major fallout with the merchant they were traveling with. According to Pina, after a minor argument she made a small mistake, causing them to flee. He wondered why a minor mistake led them to flee without even securing food, but he chose not to pry further. More importantly, Evan and Felon were looking at Pina with different, subtle expressions, giving Alon a rough idea of the situation, so he naturally changed the topic. During that time, he learned something else interesting from her. Ships are disappearing. Technically, it only happens near the ruinous coast, but they say ships are being pulled underwater. Is it a disaster? No, according to the treasure hunters, it seems to be merfolk. Merfolk? Yes, of course, it's not certain. Merfolk haven't been seen for a long time. Alon paused at Pina's words. Why are merfolk appearing now? He knew that merfolk were part of psychedelia. However, the timing was odd. At this point, the existence of merfolk hadn't yet been revealed, while the presence of two outer gods had already appeared, making the timing of their emergence somewhat meaningless. The appearance of merfolk still seemed rather premature based on the game's basic settings. Alon tilted his head slightly in confusion. No, merfolk shouldn't be appearing at this point. Unlike the other outer gods, whose appearance was more abstract, the merfolk had a unique set of conditions that dictated their emergence, which made Alon uneasy. If merfolk had indeed appeared now, it also meant that other outer gods could potentially appear sooner than expected. Given this concern, Alon pondered until, "We've arrived." Evan's voice snapped him back to reality. Even if merfolk were appearing, Alon still needed to proceed to Rax's. With that in mind, he stepped into the Kimin territory, which was part of Rax's domain, and immediately left the carriage to head toward the harbor. This was because taking a ship was the only way to enter the capital of Rax's. The four of them soon arrived at the harbor and, fortunately, found a ship preparing to depart. However, there was a problem. It's 100 gold coins per person. The man who seemed to be the captain sneered blatantly, clearly intending to scam Alon and Pina. 100 gold coins per person. Yes. Do you really think that's reasonable? If you don't think so, you can wait for the regular ship in 2 weeks. The captain grinned. Even though he had a vague sense that Alon was a noble and knew Pina and Felon were magicians, he was brazen enough to attempt to swindle them. Do you know who I am? Pina spoke menacingly, even releasing some of her magic power, but the man merely flinched slightly and continued. Whoever you are is none of my business. Whether you're nobles or magicians, this is my ship. I decide the usage fee. The man spoke confidently. Seeing this, Alon surmised the likely reason for the captain's audacity. He must have connections higher up. The only way he could speak so boldly before nobles was if he had protection from someone powerful enough to cover up such a scam. After a moment's thought, Alon asked, "So will you board or not?" The captain spoke arrogantly. Gazing at the arrogant captain, Alon finally spoke. "So 400 gold coins." "Yes, I'll pay it." The captain's face momentarily twisted in confusion. Perhaps he hadn't expected Alon to accept the offer so readily, and he was stunned for a moment. "Take it." When Alon handed over the money pouch, the captain accepted it. Though still appearing somewhat skeptical, the captain wore a beaming smile and gestured toward the ship. "Get on, I'll take you there." The captain, with a sleazy grin under his thick beard, led the way onto the ship. "Wait, Count, are you really going to pay that? Even considering the high cost, that's nearly 10 times the usual price," Evan asked, shocked at the unexpected situation. "There's no other choice." As long as the captain had connections to higher-ups, there was no way around it. Even if they managed to haggle the price down, they'd still have to pay a significant amount, or else they'd have to wait 2 weeks to reach Rax's, so paying the full amount was the only option. Honestly, it was an extravagant expense that he wouldn't have considered before, but thanks to the treasures he received from the king of the colony, his pockets were rather full. Maybe I should have let Pina and Felon pay for it since they're loaded. Of course, even with full pockets, that thought did cross his mind. In any case, Alon and his party paid the fee and boarded the merchant ship bound for Rax's. On the first day of the voyage to Rax's, Alon rested in a room assigned by the captain, knowing that they were expected to arrive in the city in 3 days. "Urgh." He glanced over at Evan, who was lying on the bed with a sickly green face, groaning. "Are you all right?" Alon asked. "I feel like I'm dying, Count. I'd rather just die." "Urgh." Watching Evan, who had already dashed to the side of the ship over 5 times since waking up, Alon realized that Evan was prone to seasickness. "Got here." And then there was Pina. Much like Evan, Pina's face had turned pale, and she too looked dizzy. Not long after, she clutched her mouth and rushed off in urgency, just like Evan had earlier. So even a 6th-tier magician can't handle seasickness, huh? Seeing Pina in a practically lifeless state, unable to move a finger like Evan, Alon let out a sigh of relief. "I'm lucky I don't get seasick." It was one of the few moments Alon felt a positive sentiment toward his body, which had a pitifully small mana pool. How long had it been since he thought positively about his own physique? Ding, 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 tilde. The ocean that had only produced the sound of waves and the creaking of rusty metal suddenly echoed with the sound of bells. "Enemy attack, pirates." In an instant, the merchant ship became chaotic. Feeling the commotion, Alon moved quickly and stepped outside to assess the situation. Pirates were swarming the deck, leaving no time to react. Alon immediately prepared to activate his freezing magic, flexing his fingers clad in magic armor, but then hesitated. If he cast the wrong spell and destroyed the ship, the situation could turn perilous. Realizing that a broken ship meant certain drowning with no alternatives, Alon decided to let himself be captured by the pirates for now. In the end, Alon was captured by the pirates. Penia, who couldn't overcome her seasickness, was slumped against the ship's railing and fell unconscious, unable to resist. She was caught without a fight, and her staff was confiscated. Evan and Felon suffered the same fate. And in this situation, let's make a deal. You can take all the goods, and I even have something you might like, some magicians and nobles. Over there. That one's quite a wealthy noble. You could definitely get a high ransom for him. The captain, who was captured along with the other mercenaries and crew, shamelessly sold them out to the pirates. Alon wore an incredulous expression. That bastard! Evan, though seething with anger, could only grit his teeth and glare. Despite the situation, Alon didn't feel overly threatened. After all, Alon's magic required time for chance and seals, so he had allowed himself to be captured on purpose. Furthermore, as expected, Penia, still weakened by seasickness, had already broken free from the mana shackles set by the pirates and was watching Alon. It was clear that she was waiting for Alon to make the first move. Should I go for it? Just as Alon was about to speak the chant he had been considering. You're damn noisy. A man emerged from the pirate's ship, which was anchored with hooks. He wore an elaborate suit of silver armor and carried a blue trident, exuding an air of elegance that was quite unlike a pirate. As he approached the captain with a relaxed expression, "The Sea King." The captain's face turned pale as he uttered the man's title in shock. Penia, who had just woken up from her faint, quickly assessed the situation, and her expression twisted in anxiety. Having done her preliminary research before arriving, Penia knew exactly who the Sea King was. The Pirate King, a ruler who had unified 6 of the 7 archipelagos and was called the Great Pirate, one of the most wanted men in Raxus. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, she gritted her teeth. What on earth is going on? While Penia anxiously observed Alon's passive behavior, wondering what he was planning, the Sea King spoke. There's no way there's a noble here. The man seemed utterly disinterested in such matters as he looked at the captain. Why, yes, over there. The captain stuttered as he pointed toward Alon. The Sea King's eyes naturally followed his gesture and landed on Alon. A moment of silence passed, followed by a look of surprise on the Sea King's face. And then, brother. The man known as both the Sea King and the Pirate King, Raiden, called out to Alon in shock. All eyes, including Penia's, turned toward Alon. Chapter 77. Among the pirates of the 7 archipelagos, all but one were unified under the title of the Pirate King. This person was famous for sinking over 50 pirate ships single-handedly and destroying one of the strongest pirate crews of the 7 archipelagos, known as the Black Tooth, earning the title of Sea King. Everyone here knew of the legend of Raiden. It meant that there was no one unaware of his reputation. Raiden was known for tearing apart the captains of the 7 archipelagos with his bare hands, massacring pirates with a grin filled with madness, which earned him the nickname the Demon. He was a wicked man who, as the phrase supreme and self-reliant suggested, easily killed according to his whims. Hence, Big Brother. The words that came from Raiden's mouth were enough to draw everyone's attention. Even the pirates who had always stood by Raiden's side, the workers of the merchant ship who knew Raiden's reputation, and even Penia, who had been wearing an anxious expression just moments ago, all eyes were on Alon. As Alan looked back at the white-haired, wide-eyed man for a moment, he spoke. Raiden. Upon hearing this, Raiden's lips curved into a smile. No, big brother, what are you doing here? The pirates, who had been dumbfounded at the sound of Raiden naturally calling someone big brother, were stunned. Among them, Drake, who had been with Raiden since he dealt with the first pirate of the 7 archipelagos, was so shocked that his mouth fell open and his eyes seemed ready to pop out. It was because he had never seen his boss, Raiden, act so familiarly with anyone before. What is this? Before he could recover from his confusion, he saw Raiden swinging his spear to cut Alan's ropes. Pina, too, couldn't comprehend what was happening. She knew the stories about the man well. Who in the world is this person? Pina realized again that Alan, who seemed to be on familiar terms with the walking catastrophe of Raxus, Raiden, was not an ordinary individual. As for Alan himself, this guy is Raiden. He was greatly surprised. Based on the information Evan had shared earlier, he had suspected that the white hair and eyes might belong to Raiden, but he hadn't truly believed it. Unlike the other 5 sins, Raiden never had any illustrations of his normal appearance. After becoming one of the 5 sins, he was only remembered through monstrous illustrations, except for the peculiar detail that his hair and eyes were white. I was just passing through on my way to handle some matters in Raxus. You could have at least sent word if you were coming. I did consider meeting you if possible, but I didn't expect this encounter. Let's go together. Evan, it's been a while. It's been a while. Alan, who was exchanging light greetings with a warm smile, glanced at Raiden, who raised a hand to the pale-faced Evan. Are these people all with you, big brother? Yes. As soon as Alan confirmed, Raiden swiftly cut Pina and Felon's ropes with his trident. Let's go. With a smile, he began to guide Alan, but then suddenly turned his gaze toward the captain, who still seemed unable to believe the situation. Oh right, what did you say again? Raiden muttered in a low voice. You said you were going to betray my brother, didn't you? His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. Raiden's voice rang out clearly, and it was only then that the captain realized the gravity of what he had done. He let out a faint gasp. His face quickly became consumed with fear as he tried to say something, but unfortunately, he never got the chance. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, thud! Raiden's trident was already lodged in his throat. Ava! The captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the trident impaling his neck, blood gushing from his mouth. Gah! The trident was drenched in blood. Trembling hands reached out to grasp Raiden, but Raiden maintained the same smile he had worn while looking at Alan. Then, swoosh! Raiden's eyes gleamed with sinister intent as he mercilessly severed the captain's neck. With a dull thud, the captain's body collapsed onto the deck. Shall we go, big brother? With blood splattered across his armor and face, Raiden spoke with a smile. Meanwhile, Alan, who had seen plenty of deaths before, felt a chill upon witnessing the ominous bloodlust in Raiden's eyes. Could it be that he's already awakened as one of the 5 sins? Recalling that Raiden was one of the 5 sins, Alan showed a hint of caution beneath his otherwise stoic expression. Hash. Alan left the merchant ship bound for Raxus and instead set his course toward the 7 archipelagos. In just half a day, he arrived in the region ruled by Raiden. I'm alive. Evan, who had been crawling across the deck as if he were about to die, grinned with relief as soon as he set foot on solid ground. This is the 7 archipelagos. Pina muttered unconsciously upon reaching the massive island under Raiden's rule, while Felon next to her let out a quiet sigh of amazement. Even Alan couldn't help but gasp upon setting foot on the island. The city before him didn't resemble a pirate's haven. It looked more like a well-organized territory. In fact, it seemed like a meticulously planned estate. The entire island was aligned with perfect symmetry, and while the houses varied in size and appearance, their angles were precise. This island couldn't have always been like this. Did he arrange it this way due to his obsessive nature? Just as Alan was recalling Raiden's severe obsessive tendencies. Come inside, big brother. They reached Raiden's mansion, which was built on the island. It was as perfectly symmetrical as the surroundings, with each side mirroring the other exactly. While the others rested, Alan had a conversation with Raiden and learned a key piece of information. So, that merchant ship wasn't headed for Rax's. That's right, it was heading towards the Sea Wolves. The Sea Wolves, the ones in the 7 archipelagos. Yes. So we were deceived. Correct, I originally went there to cut off that bastard's supply line. Raiden shrugged. That was their supply line. Yes, specifically it was for human flesh. What? Human flesh. Alan frowned at those words. Despite the dark fantasy nature of Psychedelia's world, human flesh was a taboo even here, something Alan loathed. Hearing that word brought a certain keyword to mind. Are the sea wolves linked to the mermen by any chance? Raiden nodded, looking a bit surprised, and proceeded to explain. After listening for a while, Alan pieced together the situation. When you were in the process of conquering the 7 archipelagos, the sea wolves appeared, leading the mermen and beginning the fight. Is that correct? Yes, big brother. I still don't understand how they control those monsters, though. As Raiden nodded, Alan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. While the exact connection between the sea wolves, the mermen, and human flesh was unclear, one word naturally popped into his mind. Outer God. Knowing that the mermen's pursuit of human flesh implied an attempt to summon an outer god, Alan asked bluntly, "Are you planning to deal with the sea wolves?" Of course, big brother. This is a chance for revenge that you yourself granted me. I've cut off their supply line, and I plan to end it in 3 days. Me? When? Alan thought to himself, confused. However, he knew it wasn't the time to press the matter, so he continued. Can I come along? You big brother. I have questions for the leader of that pirate crew. Is that possible? Despite the mermen's appearance, if they could still stop the delivery of human flesh, the outer god might not be summoned. For Alan, who not only needed to awaken an artifact in Rax's but also descend to the deep sea to find the mermaid, this was a crucial opportunity to prevent the outer god's arrival. If the mermen did manage to summon the outer god, it would spell certain doom for Rax's, and the 7 archipelagos wouldn't be safe either. To move quickly and ensure Raiden's safety, Alan deemed it best to deal with the mermen. Though Raiden had become a pirate by veering off course, Alan still held some paternal affection for him. Thus, as long as I'm the one to take the head, I don't mind, big brother. With Raiden's agreement, they continued to talk about various things, and Alan learned a surprisingly positive fact about Raiden. Come on, big brother, no matter how reckless I am, I don't kill people just because they upset me. Really? Of course, it's all about the situation at the time. I wouldn't have touched the guy I killed today if he hadn't mentioned you. I've heard you're called the demon, though. That's true, but that's only when I'm dealing with other pirates. Now, I finally get to take revenge. Raiden turned out to be quite different from the infamous first impression Alan had of him. Seeing him smile cheerfully, Alan let out a sigh of relief internally. He had been worried that Raiden might have become completely depraved, rendering all the support he'd given so far meaningless. When Alan first boarded Raiden's ship, he heard additional rumors from Penia and seriously worried that Raiden might have become one of the 5 sins. But the rumors seemed somewhat exaggerated. Piracy was not exactly honorable, and Raiden's behavior today was indeed a bit psychotic, but Alon found it within reason. After all, even the other 5 sins, though seemingly normal, had at least one unusual trait. Recalling this, Raiden suddenly remarked, "But you're surprisingly ordinary, big brother." "What do you mean?" "Well, people change rapidly after meeting you. I was curious, like, if you were using hypnosis magic tilde." "Hypnosis magic? I don't mean that literally, just that people change drastically, you know." "Do they?" "Yes, that's what I've heard." After chatting for a while, Alon shifted the topic. "Raiden, is it possible to go to Rax's? Are you planning to stop by Rax's?" "Yes, I have something to take care of." "What sort of business, big brother?" "I have someone to meet." As Alon said this, he thought of a man, appraiser election. Unlike the artifacts found in dungeons, the ring obtained from Heinkel or the relics from the colony's treasury were special. Alon needed a skilled appraiser for these items, and the thought of this appraiser made him grimace. While it was true he had come this far specifically to meet Election, Alon didn't particularly want to see him. The reason was simple. Election was known to be extremely irritable and troublesome. In the game, he could be found in the slums of Rax's, setting his prices arbitrarily based on his mood, earning him a notorious reputation among players. His obnoxious dialogue whenever clicked often made players want to strangle him. Still, apart from Election, most artifact appraisers were rare special merchants found by luck in dungeons or labyrinths. That was why Alon had come all the way to Rax's. Thinking about the game makes me angry, but I have no choice. I'll just have to go along with it, even if I get some insults thrown my way. With that thought in mind, who are you going to meet, big brother? Appraiser Election. Is he the only person you need to see? Yes, that's why I need to get to Rax's. When Alon mentioned this, Raiden paused for a moment, thinking quietly before replying. Understood, please rest for now, big brother. The response was a bit puzzling, but since Raiden was urging him to rest, Alon complied and went to sleep. The next day, "Big brother, I've brought him." On Raiden's left side, Alon saw appraiser Election trembling like a leaf, while Raiden flashed a cheerful smile. "Please spare me, I beg you." The man, who was known for his vicious temper, was now groveling, on the verge of tears, despite being a middle-aged adult. "Hey, did I kidnap you? I brought you here politely, did I?" "Why, yes, you brought me here very politely, really." "Then why are you trembling?" HNG. Election held his breath as Raiden spoke, leaving Alon momentarily speechless. 5 sins, he's not becoming one right. The suspicion that had settled in his mind yesterday resurfaced again. Chapter 78. The last island of the 7 archipelagos, still unconquered by Raiden, is the territory of the pirate crew Sea Wolves, on the 6th island. At the center of this island stands a massive wooden fortress. "So you're saying we were attacked?" A man frowned deeply. A long vertical scar marked his face, and he wore a prosthetic leg embedded with jewels on his right leg. He was none other than Turtogen, the leader of the Sea Wolves and the man notorious for devastating one of Rax's territories, earning the nickname Destroyer. Yes, judging from the lack of communication, that seems to be the case. A male sailor, visibly anxious, glanced around nervously. Turtogen scowled and spoke up. "Then who was it that attacked us?" "PSHH. It seems to be that bastard Raiden." It was unclear how long Turtogen remained silent after the sailor's report. "Hey." "Yes." "Come here." "Come here what?" "I said come closer." Turtogen beckoned with his prosthetic hand, and the sailor, though hesitant, slowly approached, clearly uneasy. The next moment, Splat! The sailor's head burst open, having shown a nervous expression just moments before. Blood splattered, turning the office into chaos. The sailor's body, now headless, collapsed to the floor with a thud. Damn it! Bang, crack, smash. But it wasn't enough for Turdogan. He grabbed the headless corpse by the collar and punched it repeatedly. The head, except for the lower jaw, was crushed. The spot where the heart once was now bore a gaping hole, and the right arm fell off like a broken toy. Bam! Still not satisfied, he slammed the lifeless body into the ground, stomped on it several times, and then, after panting heavily, sat back down, leaving the grotesquely twisted corpse behind. Just then the tightly closed office door opened, and a man entered. "Boss, take this body away." The man nodded briefly, and, upon gesturing with his head, other sailors started to drag the horribly mangled body out of the room. "How many more do we need?" "According to that man, we still need at least 1,500 more. Tusk, after all the sacrifices we've already made, there's still that much left." "Yep." "No, that's too late. That bastard Raiden will be pushing through any time now." As Turdogan muttered in frustration, the man who had entered, the deputy leader Zelenka, hesitated before speaking. "Boss, won't it be fine anyway? We have those things, so we should be able to win if we fight at sea, right?" At Zelenka's words, Turdogan got up and moved toward the window outside the office. The wooden fortress came into view, and the corpse that had just been killed in Turdogan's outburst was being devoured, chomp chomp, crunch, by grotesque creatures. From a distance, their overall form didn't seem much different from that of a human. However, their skin was different from that of humans, covered in green scales, and their faces resembled those of sea creatures. Above all, their pupils were purely black, as if painted over, empty and void of any emotion. This suggested that they were fundamentally different from humans, not just in appearance but in essence. Hundreds of mermen clung to a single corpse like ravenous piranhas, their mouths smeared with dark red blood. Watching this, Turdogan thought, "Indeed, they are strong." He was well aware of the mermen's strength. While their effectiveness on land was uncertain, he was confident that, when battles were confined to the sea, the mermen alone could easily fend off Raiden's massive army. The real issue, however, was Raiden himself, a great pirate who unified the 6 archipelagos and the master of the White Moon. "That bastard is a monster." Turdogan involuntarily frowned as he recalled a moment from the past. It was a time when he, along with the pirates of the 6 archipelagos, had launched a war to defeat Raiden and split one of the archipelagos among themselves, back when Raiden had only captured one island. It was a memory of Raiden moving freely underwater, tearing apart blessed captains with his bare hands, and sinking over a dozen ships single-handedly. It's still not enough. Because of this, Turdogan instinctively knew that even with the mermen, this upcoming battle would be insufficient. At the same time, a voice echoed in his mind, one that had come to him unexpectedly when he was awaiting his death at Raiden's hands, offering a way to kill Raiden. "Do you not wish to gain power?" The voice belonged to a man who promised the power to not only defeat Raiden, but to become the ruler of the world. "Offer human flesh to the mermen. Continue to sacrifice, gather souls, earn their favor, and you will become a god." Turdogan picked up the object that the man had given him, a faintly teal artifact with protruding fangs on all sides. He stared at it intently, and as soon as the merman finished devouring the corpse, a green light flowed directly into the artifact. After a moment of silence, he spoke to Zelenka. "How many more did you say were needed?" "At least 1,500, Zelenka replied. Hearing this, Turdogan once again recalled the words of the man cloaked in black. "Do you not wish to gain power?" As he considered the man's words again, Turdogan muttered quietly, "Perhaps there's a way." He stared silently at the fortress for a while longer. Away indeed. Turdogan's eyes, now looking outward, held a faint trace of madness, a green glimmer of insanity. The appraiser election is someone Alan would rather avoid meeting unless it involved an artifact. First, because election's twisted personality would inevitably stir up Alan's killing intent. Second, because election funded underground factions in Rax's slums, making him a difficult man to meet. Thus, Alan had come prepared for the encounter, expecting both difficulty in meeting election and inevitable frustration once they did. However, clink, roll, roll, roll. SS sorry. Election, who had been handed Heinkel's ring and a small sword for appraisal, dropped the insignia of the blind one's contract in his trembling hands, scrambling to pick it up. Alan wore a peculiar expression. Election's appearance matched the illustration from the game, but his behavior was completely different. Of course, Alan understood the reason for this change. He discreetly glanced at Raiden, who stood watching calmly with an innocent smile. As Election, still trembling, struggled to start appraising the artifacts, Alan thought, "I only brought him here respectfully, without doing anything." Judging by Election's reaction, that hardly seemed to be the case. Alan continued to wear a strange expression until Election finally spoke up. It's done. Already." Election, who had appraised the artifacts in less than 10 minutes, surprised Alan, as he knew it normally took at least 2 hours. Yes, yes. Election bowed his head repeatedly as he returned the 2 artifacts to Alan. It's real. Alan, upon receiving the artifacts, confirmed that the appraisals were indeed complete, as indicated by the now vivid colors of the once dull gray artifacts. Heinkel's ring had turned from gray to red, and the treasure acquired from the colony's vault had a deep, clear sheen. "You're fast," Alan remarked. "You didn't just rush through it, did you?" And no, absolutely not. Election's nervous response to Raiden's question, along with his trembling hands, made Alan feel a bit of pity. "The appraisal is complete." "Is that so, brother?" "Yes, let him go," Alan said. At that, Raiden nodded and gave a simple order. "Hey, take him away." The pirates, who had been waiting for this command, quickly entered and started escorting Election out. Thank you so much. Thank you for sparing me," Election exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes as if he was escaping from hell itself. "Brother, are we really done here?" Alan asked. "Yes, thanks to this, there's no need to go to Rax's." "That's a relief, brother," Raiden replied with a laugh. Alan, seated opposite him, asked a question. "By the way, are you sure you really brought him here politely?" "Of course, I really did bring him politely. It's probably just my reputation that scared him. Maybe he was just overwhelmed by his infamy." After pondering Raiden's response for a moment, Alan decided to accept it and asked another question that piqued his curiosity. "How did you find Election in just 1 day? Considering how well hidden he must have been, it should have been nearly impossible without dismantling the entire underworld network." "Ah, those guys." "Yeah, so you did meet them, right?" "Well, I did meet them, but we didn't exactly have a conversation." "If you didn't talk, how did you find him?" "Then you did bring Election here politely, right?" "Election was brought here politely, brother," Raiden replied with a sly grin after a brief pause. Alan, instinctively understanding how Raiden had brought Election, felt a chill run down his spine. The 5 great sins, that's still not complete, right? He resolved to keep a closer eye on Raiden. While Alan was reflecting on these thoughts at the archipelago, in the southern estate of the Mound territory, located in the Duchy of Drua near the southern border with Caliban, events were unfolding. This estate was the headquarters of Pigule, an organization that expanded its influence by trafficking human flesh and drugs, operating from Drua. Just a short while earlier. Please spare me. Dart, the leader of Pigule, who had processed thousands of people into drugs without shedding a tear, was now trembling with fear, his eyes filled with terror and tears. I was only following orders. Please have mercy. He struggled desperately to survive. But, crack! In an instant, his entire body twisted unnaturally, ensnared by purple threads, and blood gushed out as he met his end. The man who silently watched the corpse collapse to the floor then shifted his gaze to the window, from where the entire estate was visible. Corpses littered the grounds, bodies split in half, some embedded in the estate walls, and others who died with eyes wide open in terror. There were bodies everywhere. Yet the man, who observed the gruesome scene without a hint of emotion, was no ordinary person. He was Deus. Have you found anything? Deus asked in an empty room. Soon, a man appeared from the shadows behind him. Hidden. At Deus's call, Hidden bowed slightly. As reported earlier, this doesn't seem to be the headquarters of the directive. The higher-ups. Yuna is gathering information, but the command chain is complex, likely to avoid detection, so it's taking some time. I see. However, we have identified the nobles who orchestrated this. Who are they? They are nobles from Asteria. Deus fell silent for a moment. Hidden, you've made information gathering very convenient. It's nothing. Yuna also believes it's for the Great Moon, as does the entire Blue Moon. I see. Deus continued. What are the names of these nobles? It seems to include Count Barthez and Count Brielle, along with 2 others. What do you plan to do? In my opinion, eliminating just the 2 main perpetrators should serve as a warning and prevent further incidents. Kill them all. Without a hint of hesitation. I am not merciful enough to spare those who tried to harm the Great Moon. His eyes gleamed ominously. So kill them all, leave no one alive. He muttered the chilling words in a low tone, eyes filled with madness. All for the Great Moon. With that, the 2 figures signaled the end of Pigule's downfall and vanished. Another organization had been erased from history. Chapter 79. After Alan had the treasure appraised by election, he boarded the ship heading toward the last archipelago, the base of the Sea Wolves, following Raiden. We're departing. Evan, watching the moving ship, spoke after a while. You seem quite relaxed. Unlike a few days ago, it appeared that he wasn't experiencing seasickness, as his expression didn't change much from when he was on land. It's all thanks to her. Evan turned his gaze subtly to Pina. A little distance away from them, Pina, looking notably better than before, was seen talking with Felon about something. Impressive. She managed to create a potion that neutralizes seasickness in just 3 days. I heard it stimulates a certain area of the magic flow, temporarily making one unable to feel seasick, but I honestly have no idea how it works. Listening to Evan, Alan once again admired Pinia's genius. He knew all too well that this kind of magic wasn't something one could easily create just because it was inconvenient. Could she be talented, not only in magic but also in alchemy? Alan looked at Pinia with a hint of envy. If only my body possessed even half of Pinia's talent, no, I'd settle for just half the capacity of her mana core. Alan clicked his tongue and was about to say something to Pinia, but when he met her eyes, he awkwardly smiled and waved at her for a moment. Oh, by the way, why is the Deputy Tower Master here? When you think about it, there's really no need for her to come along, is there? Evan asked, shifting his gaze. I asked her to come. The Count, you did. Yes, she might be helpful in the battles to come. Well, I have already unlocked all the relics just in case, but still. Alan replied with that thought, and Evan nodded with a sound. But it's strange. What is? The deputy tower master. Doesn't she seem to follow your orders too well? She's incredibly kind compared to what I've heard about her personality. That's true. And even now, it's the same. In fact, there's no real benefit for her, so there's no need for her to join this battle, is there? Alon nodded at Evan's remark. You're not wrong. Indeed, she originally had no reason to participate here. Although investigating the merman was somewhat related, there was no need for her to conduct research amidst such a dangerous war. In fact, I thought the chances of her coming were slim, but she accepted it so readily. Alon recalled yesterday's conversation as he watched Penia waving her hand. Deputy Tower Master, would you accompany us to tomorrow's battle? To the battle together. Yes, of course, considering the difference in strength, it shouldn't be dangerous. Still, it's better to have additional reserves. Didn't you say you were investigating the mermen? Yes, that's right. I heard that the sea wolves are related to the mermen, so there might be a lot to investigate if you go. What do you think? You don't have to come if you don't want to. I'll go. Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. Alon recalled Penia vigorously nodding her head. But what exactly happened that made the deputy tower master follow you so obediently? Alon made a peculiar expression in response to Evan's continued questioning. I don't really know either. Thinking about it, despite having known her for several years, Alon still couldn't figure out why Penia was so compliant with him. From Alon's perspective, however, this relationship was not a disadvantage. More than anything, after several years, this bond had naturally solidified, making it a bit awkward to question it now. That's why he hadn't paid much attention to it. Still, should I subtly ask her once? Alon thought this, as he still didn't understand why she was so devoted to him. By the time he was having such thoughts, the pirate lords, who controlled the other 6 archipelagos under Raiden's command and were steering the ship alongside Raiden's ship White Moon, were clicking their tongues in displeasure at the sight of Alon. Luna Bloodsail, the ruler of the 2nd archipelago. Sabina Ghostcrown, the ruler of the 3rd archipelago. Tarek Thundercrush, the ruler of the 4th archipelago. Garrett Deathsea, the ruler of the 5th archipelago. Jackal Darksteel, the ruler of the 6th archipelago. All of them were loyal to Raiden, leading the armies of their respective islands, and they were all looking at Alon with discomfort. What on earth does the boss see in that noble brat to be so protective of him? Red-haired Luna Bloodsail, the ruler of the 2nd archipelago, muttered, prompting Tarek Thundercrush, the green-haired ruler of the 4th archipelago, to speak up. Reckless talk is not good, but I agree with you. Honestly, I'm not fond of him either. I agree as well. Same here. Sabina Ghostcrown, who remained silent, nodded in agreement, as did Garrett Deathsea and Jackal Darksteel. While they hadn't shown any signs during their gathering to attack the last archipelago, their discontent had greatly intensified in Raiden's absence. It made sense, as the pirates were dissatisfied with Count Palacio, who had suddenly joined their ranks and earned Raiden's favor. Of course, even though rumors spread among the islands, making it clear that Count Palacio might not be just any noble brat, the pirates still saw them as mere rumors. Isn't that all made up? Like others Alon had encountered, the pirates present were not convinced by the tales about him. After all, they themselves possessed considerable skill. Isn't that guy said to be only around the 3rd or 4th magical rank? One of the pirate lords, the only mage among them, Sabina, was asked. She, who had been silent, nodded. Yes, at most, that's about right. Even being generous, his mana level is between the 2nd and 3rd ranks. Why does the boss favor someone like that? Luna Bloodsail grumbled, still unable to comprehend. At that moment, Tarek Thundercrush, who had been silently observing Count Palacio, spoke up. Don't judge by appearances alone. If rumors have spread that much, he might be hiding some trump cards. But even then, he's only at the third or fourth rank, right? There could be more to it. Given how many rumors follow him around, it's unlikely to be just a few. Tarek's words made Bloodsail look at him skeptically before responding. It doesn't seem like you believe in the Count that much yourself. Tarek remained silent. In truth, while he was talking as if he was defending Count Palacio, he himself wasn't free from doubt. Contrary to the rumors, Count Palacio didn't appear impressive. But judging someone solely by their outward appearance was foolish. So Tarek, without responding to Bloodsail's remark, simply continued to observe Count Palacio. Even in his eyes, there was a faint sense of distrust, just like the other pirates. Another person who distrusted, or more accurately, was puzzled by Count Palacio was Felin Chryson. Having grown up researching magic in the Blue Tower, he wasn't familiar with rumors, but he knew enough about the tales of Count Palacio. Moreover, he had even witnessed her sister, Peenia Chryson, who was unmatched and unrivaled, fawning over him. Yet the confusion persisted. People usually believed what they saw, and Count Palacio appeared weak. Felin could perceive that clearly. However, the reactions of those around him were different from what he saw. Her esteemed sister, Peenia Chryson, was still fawning over him. The mages returning from the Magic Society were praising Count Palacio as remarkable. It was a highly contradictory situation, where what he saw and the reactions of others didn't align. What's really going on? Felin was at the point of feeling confused as he watched Count Palacio. See wolves? At the sudden shout, Felin snapped back to attention and looked forward. And then he saw it. Silhouetted against the twilight, dozens of pirate ships blocking the path of the White Moon, which was heading toward the last archipelago. Prepare for battle. Luna Bloodsail, the ruler of the second archipelago, who had been wearing a leisurely expression just moments before, shouted out. Prepare for battle. The command, passed from mouth to mouth like an echo, quickly spread among the pirates. At this moment, everyone, including Raiden, saw something. It was Turdogan, standing at the center of the deck on all the ships. And as if he had prepared for this moment, he suddenly snapped his fingers. A trap. Merfolk. The other pirate lords frowned as soon as they saw this, suspecting that they might have fallen into a trap, and their faces grew tense. Strangely, however, nothing seemed to happen after Turdogan snapped his fingers. Just as the pirates began to express confusion. Screech tilde. The sound came from the sea wolf's side. A scream. And not just one scream, multiple screams that left Raiden and the pirate lords baffled. Then, in the next moment, they saw it. On the numerous pirate ships of the sea wolves, a massacre or rather devouring. Raiden. The pirate lords. The pirates. Count Palacio and Evan. Even Peenia and Felin, all of them stood dumbfounded as they watched. On the sea wolves' ship, countless pirates were being eaten by the merfolk. Their heads were bitten off as they screamed. Their limbs were torn apart as they struggled. Those who jumped overboard left behind bloody foam. It was truly a brutal scene of slaughter. And to the people in White Moon, it looked like sudden infighting had broken out. The sea turned into a blood-red ocean amid the horrific feast. Just moments ago, Turdogan had been smiling, but as soon as the pirates he led were dead, he eagerly declared. Finally, with a twisted grin, he raised an object. At that moment, crunch, his body began to transform. Crash tilde. The ship. The merfolk, who had devoured the sea wolves pirates, swarmed toward the White Moon's ship in an instant. And then, crash tilde, the ships began to sink. Aya tilde. Here the ship is sinking here. Do something, do something. Felon's eyes took in a scene of utter chaos. Ships that were struck were beginning to sink. Pirates were scrambling desperately. Crunch. Above and below the sea, fierce battles were raging. As merfolk's teeth tore off pirates' arms, swords stabbed into merfolk in return, claiming their lives. In the midst of this chaotic situation, Felon frowned. Although it was his first experience in battle, his training as a mage helped him maintain a thread of rationality. But the current battle situation didn't look promising. Felon's gaze shifted underwater. Amidst the red blood, dozens of merfolk corpses were rising from the sea and falling back. It was due to Raiden's combat skills, which were close to divine. With a single sweep of his trident, he sent water columns soaring, and with a single throw, he shattered the merfolk. His power was truly extraordinary. Likewise, the pirate lords who were mercilessly slaughtering the merfolk climbing onto the deck were strong, though not to Raiden's level. But even so, the battle remained unfavorable. There are just too many. Felon gritted his teeth. Despite the man known as the Sea King demonstrating an unbelievable display of divine power, the ship continued to sink. This meant that an overwhelming number of merfolk had swarmed in, a number even Raiden's astonishing abilities couldn't manage. Of course, given enough time, Raiden and the pirate lords were strong enough to annihilate all the merfolk, but unfortunately, there wasn't much time allowed at sea. And then, not long after, it is sinking. As feared, the merfolk must have done something beneath the ship. Even Raiden's vessel tilted sharply, and as Felon felt the ship begin to capsize, he squeezed his eyes shut. Frigid abyss. He heard a low voice. And suddenly, everything stopped. And then, cold. Feeling a chilling sensation fill his lungs, Felon cautiously opened his tightly shut eyes. And he saw it. Beneath the collapsing ship, a vast expanse of ice. Felon stared blankly at the sight. But it wasn't just him. The pirates who had been screaming moments before. The pirate lords who had been slaughtering the merfolk. They were all witnessing the scene. The ice that started around the ship spread across the sea. The merfolk leaping toward the ship froze in midair. The sinking ship became encased in ice. The blood-red sea solidified into a frozen ocean. And then, amidst it all stood a man silhouetted against the twilight. He wore a dark coat, his left hand wreathed in gray and dark magic. With an expression devoid of any emotion, as if unaffected by the situation, he fixed his gaze upon the grotesquely transforming Turdogan. It was Count Palacio, standing tall and dignified upon the frozen sea of blood. Chapter 80. Alon stood elegantly atop the frozen sea of blood, letting out a light sigh. It's finally over. Looking around, Alon saw the endless tundra expanding from where he stood. Of course, the continuous creation of this frozen land was Alon's doing alone. It was thanks to Penia, who had fulfilled his request. So this is how far we've come. On the ship, Alon's harsh winter had rapidly frozen the surrounding sea, but Penia only showed a slightly strained expression as she maintained her efforts. Alon's brief admiration for her was short-lived. His gaze shifted toward Turdogan, standing on a deck soaked in the pirate's blood. Crunch, crunch, tilde. Moments ago, Turdogan had still been in human form, but now he no longer existed in that shape. What was left was a green egg, secreting a strange fluid with Turdogan's hand atop it, and above that hand was a bizarre object. Despite this seemingly simple situation, Alon couldn't help but harden his expression. He knew the nature of the egg. Crack! The unpleasant sound broke out as Alon raised his arm, sensing the presence. As he turned his gaze, he saw the merfolk, who had been lurking below the surface trying to sink the ship, now climbing up onto the ice one by one. In an instant, their numbers grew from dozens to hundreds. At that moment, Alon clicked his tongue lightly. Crunch, crunch, tilde. The merfolk climbing onto the ice were quickly shattered. Brother! Raiden appeared, erupting from the sea. Without hesitation, he not only crushed the merfolk rushing toward Alon but also. He stomped on the ice. Crash! Raiden's foot pierced through the ice, reaching the seawater beneath. And then. Roer tilde. The frozen sea transformed into an icy ocean, a massive wave bursting forth with a deafening roar that swept away all the merfolk charging toward Alon. It didn't end there. Raiden immediately plunged his spear into the center of the sea. Rumble tilde. A massive whirlpool formed in an instant, sucking in the swept-away merfolk and the sunken ships. Despite their deep familiarity with the sea, the merfolk were helpless in the overwhelming current, mixed with the wreckage of the sunken ships. The whirlpool quickly turned red. Ah, truly. The boss is on another level. Hope spread among the pirates. This is unbelievable. Indeed. I wonder if we can actually win. Even the pirate lords were filled with unspeakable awe. Raiden's divine might was so remarkable that it was hard to believe it was the feat of a single man. But it was only momentary. Growl tilde. At the sound, all eyes turned to the central deck of the Sea Wolves. The hand that had been reaching up from the green egg had vanished without a trace. And then, crunch, crunch, crunchy. From the small egg emerged an impossibly large hand. Everyone stared blankly at the hand. Covered in green scales and fluid, the hand blocked the sunset's rays that had been shining on the pirates, as if extinguishing hope. It pulsated as if alive, bringing not hope but fear to the pirates. It then struck the whirlpool. Boom! The whirlpool that had been sucking in everything suddenly disappeared with a thunderous roar. Then from the small egg it emerged. Crack! The hand that had dispelled the whirlpool rested on one of the Sea Wolves' ships, while another hand emerged, grabbing onto a different ship. A giant appeared from the small egg. It was a grotesque and terrifying sight that devoured the hope of everyone present. The massive merman's head, emerging from the egg after its arms, took away all remaining hope. Its body, so large that it could treat ships like toys, inspired only dread. It crushed the ship the egg had been on and blocked the sun, plunging the area into darkness. It descended. Its size was overwhelming. Moreover, the tremendous power emanating from its massive form was beyond comprehension. Boom! The creature, showing only its upper body above the sea, moved its hand slowly, pressing down on a ship. Sprays of water burst forth, yet not a single scream was heard. Without even time to gasp at the sight of the ship shattering into pieces. Crash! A single sweep of its gigantic hand from left to right shattered more than 10 ships. The chilling strength derived from its overwhelming size was staggering. But that was not all. Damn it! The mermen, who had been standing still as if worshipping the giant's birth, resumed their movements, throwing the pirates into a sudden panic. What in the world is this? Raiden, too, furrowed his brow as he stared at the colossal giant against the backdrop of the setting sun. Raiden! Amidst the chaos, he heard a voice, emotionless and indifferent, belonging to Alon. Take care of the merman. And in that moment, Raiden, with a blank expression, replied, Yes, brother. With that, he retrieved the trident that had been pulled into the sea. Alan, having confirmed the merman climbing from all directions, looked at the giant, which was slowly lifting its massive hand. Huh. Alan let out a low sigh as he surveyed the situation. To say things were favorable would have been a lie. Even though Raiden and the pirate lords were killing mermen relentlessly, their numbers showed no signs of decreasing. The mermen kept coming, killing the pirates, while the giant's hand rose once again, ready to unleash despair upon them. But even in this dire situation, Alan did not entertain thoughts of defeat. In fact, he felt relieved, believing this wasn't the worst-case scenario. After all, the creature before him was not an outer god. Technically, it's just a byproduct. With the eyes of truth, Alan could see through all things, perceiving even the potential of drowning anyone, regardless of water presence. A fraudulent power of the outer god Kalak Kul. When Kalak Kul descends, disaster begins. However, the being before him, Galgic, was not an outer god. It was merely a byproduct containing the reincarnation of the outer god, a guardian that protected Kalak Kul until its full descent. At this point, eliminating it would prevent the outer god's descent. Thus, Alan spoke without hesitation. A ray of thunder. The conditions had been met. Crackle. Blue sparks spread rapidly across the frozen sea of blood. Decomposition. At his command, the sparks fragmented into tiny particles, scattering everywhere. In the darkness that veiled the sunset, the glowing blue particles, dissolution, were absorbed into Alan's unsteady body. Simultaneously, Alan's form began to glow a radiant blue. By the time Galgic had raised its hand to crush dozens of ships, with an incomprehensible, eerie roar, it swung its hand down toward Alan's head, as if instinctively trying to eliminate a threat. The massive crashing sound felt like it was pressing down on the entire sea. Cycle of all things. Even in that moment, Alan, forming a seal with his index and middle fingers, uttered, "Form of the thunder god." As soon as he spoke the final word, crackle, he became lightning. TSSSS. He surged forward with blinding speed. BOOM. The frozen sea where Alan had stood shattered as if struck by an explosion, and Alan shot straight at Galgic. He aimed at Galgic's exposed heart. He instinctively realized that simply charging forward wouldn't be enough to pierce Galgic's outer shell. Yet he pressed forward without hesitation, thanks to one of the relics recently appraised by the Arbiter, the insignia of the Blind One. The artifact's effect allowed him to bypass a single limitation he had previously set upon himself. This allowed Alan to break free from the restrictions that had weakened his magic. In this case, the restriction that could alter the world's laws to allow magical combat against the great dual god, Ulthultus. There was another reason for his confidence. Alan had mastered the usage of the form of the thunder god. As the blue lightning launched towards Galgic, it shifted from human form. At the focal point of the magic's array, Alan twisted his body, reshaping it into a spiral, a clear spiral visible to anyone watching. The spiral lit up the darkness that Galgic had cast over the world, dividing reality itself as it shot forth. TSSS. With a faint sound, blue sparks engulfed the world. Hash. Once the blue sparks faded, a massive hole appeared in Galgic's heart. And through that enormous hole, Count Palacio came into view, filling everyone's sight. They were all left speechless, unable to take their eyes off a single person. Alan, standing atop the shattered ship, and the focus of everyone's gaze, thought, "Don't just watch, help me." The situation was filled with urgency. The deck beneath Alan's feet was slowly sinking. Though it wasn't obvious, the deck he stood on was gradually descending below the water. The reason Alan remained silent on the collapsing deck was due to the strain of using the form of the thunder god. I thought I'd gotten better at this. Unlike before, he hadn't made a significant mistake this time. Thanks to extensive research and training, he had refined his mastery of the form of the thunder god. Aside from a few small cuts on his arms and legs, he was fine. The problem was mana. I didn't expect the form of the thunder god to consume such an absurd amount of mana just by moving the array. Though he had anticipated this during his research, the mana consumption was truly beyond belief. During his first use of the form of the thunder god at Colony, his mana had been depleted, but he had still been able to walk. Now Alan experienced physical rigidity, a symptom of mana exhaustion, just from altering the magic's array. As a result, he couldn't move or speak as he sank along with the ship. "I can't swim," as he let out a silent scream, unable to utter a word. Boom! The previously calm sea suddenly erupted with green scales. Crack! Before he could react, the scales grabbed Raiden, dragging him into the depths. Alan lost the chance to think. Seeing Raiden being pulled away before his eyes, Alan threw himself off the deck and into the sea. At least, that's how it appeared to the pirates. In reality, the green scales had simply swiped the deck Alan had been standing on. As he plunged into the sea, Alan frowned. Fortunately, the rigidity caused by mana exhaustion was slowly subsiding, making it likely that he would reach the surface before suffocating. The real issue, however, was the massive eye staring at him. Calico. Alan was horrified. Despite it still being twilight above the sea, the depths felt as dark as the abyss. Amidst that darkness was the enormous eye. It was the same eye he had seen many times in the game, the eye that drowned all who met its gaze. The manifestation shouldn't have happened. He was confused. From what he knew, the outer god's manifestation shouldn't have occurred once Galgic was killed. And yet the outer god had descended. It was looking directly at him. From the deep, pitch-black depths below, silent and unwavering,